Oh, jeez. Oh, no, I didn't time it. Oh, jeez. Hold. Hello and welcome in, friends of the Twitch chat. I timed it perfectly. I can't believe how perfectly that was timed. Chat. Hi, how's it going? Hello, everybody. We have a one-shot stream today, but we're not on the one-shot server. Nay, we are planning, and we have marbles today as well. Welcome in. Hope everyone's doing well. We are vibing the vibes today. I forgot one of my lights. Hold on. I have one light, but I forgot the other light. Please hold. I don't know where this switch went. Hold on. Hold. I don't know where it went. I can't see behind my monitor all of the cords. Please hold.
Holding.
I found it. There we go. There we go. I make sure I get all the lights. Gotta make sure we got all the lights. Anyway, hello, everybody in here. Voided, thank you so much for the 16-month resub. Hope you're doing good. Thank you so much. 16 months is crazy. Who all do we have, as a matter of fact, in the stream at the moment? We have only those who are in the race. Everyone else doesn't exist. Sala, LDK, Retro Study, Dark Fairy, Dab, Beanie, Zombie Wakampai, Gecko, Voided, Dark Phoenix, and Lycan in the race at the moment. Welcome in, and anyone else, Happy Sun as well. If I didn't say your name, you're not in the race, so join on in, and you can be part of the fun. I feel like I'm tripping because I swear I thought you went live on a second to last hour of school for me, not last. Yeah, I'm late today. Yep, I'm an hour late because I woke up and I was a mix of very tired and also Mir was laying right on top of me and I didn't want to move the cat. So I was like, yep, probably gonna be late to stream today. So I put that in Discord. But yeah, we're an hour late. We're an hour late. You can't move the cat. If there's a cat, you can't move the cat. That's how it works. That's the rule. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. It's just the rule, you know? Anyway, get yourselves on in here. We got a VIP badge to give away. I don't know. I think I got everyone so far who's joined in here. How's it going, Darwin? Good to see you. It is illegal to move a comfy kitty. I need that beanie. You look very nice, by the way. Thanks. It's I have this one, and then I have the black one as well. That both were on Throne and gifted. And then this also is the jellyfish hoodie, or not hoodie, but sweater. That was off of there as well. Then I got rocking, and then got the leggings going as well. I still need I have another new pair of socks as well that I'll post later on. But at least your hair is looking super cute with that hat. Look at that little curl going. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I've been doing, whenever I have the wig, I've been doing like a little, I'll take like a little bit of the hair and I'll bring it in the front, just so I have these little twirls on the front, and then the rest of it I'll just kind of sling to the back or whatever. So that's how I've been kind of, that's been my go-to, I guess, with this wig. And eventually, like when I grow my hair out, it'll probably be more of like a side part kind of thing, because I think that would work better with my face shape, but I can kind of account for it with like a beanie and stuff with this one. Because I even in guy mode, if my hair is like too low to my head, it doesn't look right. So that's why I've always had hair that's like gone up or like been tall, quote unquote, just because big square face kind of calls for it or whatever. But yeah, we're figuring it out. This kind of works for this wig at the moment, so it's a vibe. We vibe. Time for twirling your hair to turn into your new fidget spinner. You know, there's been a couple times, it hasn't yet. There's been a couple times where I was thinking to myself, that's a thing people do. Let me see if it like satisfies that itch for me, that like fidgety itch. So I've tried it a couple times just to see just to see. But I wasn't really in a fidgety mood either time, so it wasn't effective. Maybe if I'm actually in a fidgety mood, it will be effective, but I don't know. It has been on my mind though. I have tried it just to see, because people do it. So I decided to see. You never know. Anyway, welcome in, Mila. I hope you're doing good. Am I saying that right? I always second guess myself. It's Mila, right? Or Mila? I think it's Mila. I could be wrong. It's probably more of the thing you'll just find yourself doing at some point. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. Okay. It is 7 minutes past. I don't know. Did we go live on the hour? I don't even know. We're an hour late. It's a weird day. But we'll give it a little bit for everyone to get on in. We got a VIP badge to give away. Defending the VIP badge today would be D-Wiz. If D-Wiz ends up joining the race, we'll see. We'll give it a little bit. You say it right? Okay, heck yeah. I just gotta make sure. I'm not the best at names, so. Even names that I've said a million times, sometimes I'm wondering. You know? Can't be too sure. Can't be too certain. We are on Marble Factory, by the way. It's the name of the race. This is not one we get to all too often. Stream record held by Nest on the last iteration we were here. 2 minutes, 39.5 seconds. The time to beat. Who just joined? Oh. Hello, Bambi Geek. Welcome in. There we have it. Sorry to tell you the H is silent. Oh, jeez. Oh, heck. A friend of mine uses her hair to wrap around her glasses when she's woodworking so they don't fall off. That's a thing you can do now. That's crazy. That is crazy business, but I'm here for it. That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny. That's wild. It's just another tool. Another tool in the toolbox to use for whatever. How's it going, Kayleen? Welcome in, Kayleen. How it doing? Hopefully well. Come on in, marblers of the Twitch chat. VIP to the winner for all of Wednesday. That'll be the next stream. No audio, but slay, says Toot. Incredible. Incredible. I'm pumped to beat Nest time, says Mila. Incredible. There we go. Do you want a spoiler message put up for one-shot members? No, I think it's okay today. Some of them will naturally avoid it because of the other planning stream. I'm not as worried today because today we're not going to be working on very spoilery aspects. Today's mostly going to be stuff that is whatever. It's like scoring system, flashing light redstone, things like that. So I'm not too worried about it. Last stream was where we really talked about like the mechanics and how it's going to function, and that was what I really didn't want spoiled, so should be all right. Should be all right, we'll see. I love her so much she thinks the most unhinged things that I'm just like, oh no. Actually, that's some sort of logic. Yeah, I feel that. That's fair. I'll get lurky once we get to it anyway, just in case something comes up in chat though, says Risey. It's alright. It's alright. Either direction you want to go with it is totally fine. Totally fine. Welcome in, Majestic, of course, and then Kaylee 2 and Norm. We got 21 marbles. Final call. Anyone else who's not in here, exclamation mark play, to join on in. Beanie said marbler hard. Don't say it. Yep, don't say it. I'd ask if you find long hair annoying, but stream is on mute because cafe. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. May as well be a marble. Incredible. All right, chat. 22 marbles. 10 seconds on the board. 1 VIP badge to give away to the winner or highest finishing eligible marble. Here we have it, and here we go. Leading the field off the front of the grid is going to be Dark Phoenix. And down we drop Lycan right in tow, and at the back of the field, Sloppy Pecan Pie struggling just a little bit. Through the opening section we go, down the big drop and back up the elevator on either side, and then down towards the middle once more. But Beanie's not going to get there as fast as would be needed. It will happen, however, but maybe lost a little bit of time on that one. A little slow to that. But here we have it then. Beanie of the Mod Squad leads the way. We got Dark Fairy of the Mod Squad in second place. Here comes Miller. We got Bambi Geek, Sala, Dab, Retro, Norm. Here comes Lycan, Majestic, Sunny, Kalandria, Void, and Happy Sun, Gecko, Toot, Streamer, Darwin, Dark Phoenix, LDK, Rising, and Sloppy Become Pie in that order. Who will have the line? Look at that skip from Beanie. That was some crazy work right there. That was crazy to get down there in time to try and hold on to the lead, but not doing too good right there. That's going to give it to Sala as Gecko flies off of the map. Hate to see it. Give the lead to Sala, followed by Dab the Laser. Not going to shine very favorably on either of them. Through we go up the elevator. Some of them get caught, but not Kalandria, nor does Norm. Here comes Lycan in third place. We've got Dab and Sala into this area. This used to be Swinging Hammers, I'm convinced. There used to be Swinging Hammers right there. I swear. I'm not crazy, I swear. There used to be Swinging Hammers that would, like, fling the marbles around. Anyway, here we have it then. Sala leads the race for the Mod Squad. We've got Retro in second. We've got Mila in third, Beanie, Majestic, and Risey following suit, the top 6 out of there. But that laser is going to catch Sala right there. Not once, but twice, potentially. No, it's good. It's clear. Good to go. Sala, Retro, Mila, Beanie, Majestic, Risey, Kalandria, Norm, Streamer, all in a bunch right there, and potentially going to get caught. Not quite, not quite. Still looking good. Don't forget, we have not to the most dangerous obstacle quite yet. That is going to be right here. You got to get to the tube slow enough and safe enough that you don't go flying over the edge. And here comes Uncle Retro to potentially go flying over the edge. What did I say? And Majestic as well. But Sala, slow and steady, may win this race. There goes Risey, a little too fast as well. Sala is through. Holds on to the lead. Beanie's going to get through nice and easy. One final laser. But who is in the prime position to get the VIP badge? It ain't going to be Sunny who falls off of the map. Sala and Beanie both caught in the last moment. There goes Dark Fairy and Happy Sun. Now Dark Phoenix, followed by Lycan, Mila, and Dab, all eligible. Going towards the finish as Sala and Beanie bring it home. The battle for the VIP badge is on. And here comes Dab, caught by the laser. Here comes Dark Phoenix, caught by the laser. Here comes Streamer, and not caught by the laser that time. Down we go. Slow it down, Dark Phoenix with the drop, but maybe Dab with the line. Towards the Packy Peanuts we go. The drop, they collide. Here comes Lycan, a 3-way photo finish. Give it to Lycan. It said Dark Phoenix, and then it switched to Lycan last second. I can't believe it. What a finish. What an absolute fight for the badge in the closing moments. So close. Wow, I can't believe that. Give last place to Norm unless LDK has enough speed to get here in 20 seconds. I doubt it, though. Give it to Norm. Into the Packy Peanuts we go. And that should be that. What a finish. That was a crazy battle for the VIP badge. These guys finished at 3 minutes, 0.870, 3 minutes, 0.875, 3 minutes, 0.897. There were under 0.03 of a second between these 3 marbles. The VIP badge was determined by 5/1000ths of a second. How about that? How about that? That's crazy. I think I made it. You made it, Fio. You made it. Don't worry. You're good. You made it. Don't you even worry. All right. This is going to be win number 2 this month for Lycan, and all time win number 14. VIP badge number 14 for Lycan will move you up 1 position on the wins list, past the retired Redneck in 8th, and you are now in 7th. You are tied with LDK for 6th place, 14 wins apiece. GG. There we have it. One brings it in last place. Today's VIP is D-Wiz, and Lycan will have it on Wednesday. There you go. There it is. How's it going, streamers? Hello. How doing? Hello, how doing? I haven't loaded Minecraft. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. I haven't loaded I wasn't prepared. I haven't loaded Minecraft. Don't look. At least I made it to the end. You did. You were a part of the cool finish. The end is Packin' Peanuts. Glad I flew off the map, says Risey. Dang. Not a fan of Packin' Peanuts, huh? Dang. Dang. How's it going, Metamon? Welcome in, Metamon. I'm still loading Minecraft. Chat, I don't want to hear it. Okay? I was an hour late to stream, and I was unprepared. I get it. Okay? I get it. I get it. I need more coffee. That's fair. That photo finish was crazy. Definitely my least favorite peanut snack. I don't know why that got me so much. That's crazy. I've never heard that one before. That is crazy. That got him. That is crazy. That is crazy work. That is crazy. I can't believe it. I woke up a little late. My blanket's holding me captive. For me, it was the cat. For me, it was the cat holding me captive. I woke up and not only was I also really tired, but Mir was laying right on top of me. Like just right on top of me. And I didn't want to move the cat because you can't. If the cat is comfy, you do not move the cat, right? That's how it works. Anyway, I guess now's a good time to plug this real quick. Did you guys watch the newest episode of Inspire yet? If you haven't, go check it out. It's on YouTube. It uploaded on Friday. That's right. Friday we did it, I think, was the premiere. If you haven't seen it, go watch the new episode because we did a big cool thing there as the creative test world version of it. But a little sneak peek of the next build, I guess. Mir is your manager, so if she demands you wake up late, who are we to argue? That's true. That's fair. That's true. For legal reasons, you made the right choice. Yep. That tracks. Repost because poor timing. I'm curious. Do you find long hair annoying? I love it because it makes me feel like a mermaid princess, says Risey, but also it is always in my face and on my arms and in my mouth. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. So, in my experience so far, I understand why a lot of girls, for example, don't want their hair too long because I know the annoying parts. I've been experiencing the annoying parts and I get it. I think the mermaid princess thing outweighs it more so in the sense for me that it helps with everything, helps me feel better about everything and more like me, you know? So I'll deal with the annoying part. So I guess in terms of like the analogy you used or whatever, yeah, I think the mermaid princess outweighs it just a little bit, but yeah, no, I definitely, I know I felt the annoying bits a little bit here and there. So we're getting used to it. We're getting used to it. I do like to feel like a mermaid princess. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. How's it going, Blake? Welcome in. Okay. All right. What doing? We have our to-do list. What doing? Flickering lights. Oh. I have my meeting with Xan and Katie. This is going to be... Xan's going to be doing note block stuff. And Katie's doing the layout. And then... it's up to us to figure out lights and scoring system. I'm just trying to determine which one do I want to do first. Because I would like to figure out flickering lights. Now, I don't know if we're going to be doing... I don't know what works best for, like, flickering lights, for example. If copper bulb or redstone lamp. I almost wonder if redstone lamp... because these work differently from redstone lamp. These are toggle. Whereas redstone lamp is... like, if this got hit with a redstone, it would toggle. Like, not just even lever, right? Like, that just toggles. Redstone lamp would follow the signal. So, if we want to have them flicker at times, it would be trickier to do with copper bulbs. Yeah? Observer double pulse to make these work instead. We could. I'm just wondering, like, is that just, like, should we just go to redstone? Well, no, because I wanted these to be able to have different oxidization for different brightness. So I would really like to stick with these, I think. Did you ever grow your hair out long before? No. No, I've never had it. I've never had my hair long enough that it got to like really anywhere past my ear. But the longest I've ever had it before, it would start curling at the ends like skater dude type hair, you know? I'm so drawn to the newness of the bulbs. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm thinking like I did the bulbs in the first place because if they're oxidized, they give off different brightness, right? Like these are a little less bright. And if I even go more, they're even dimmer. So having like mixing those in, I think would be so cool so that it's not all the same light level, but sometimes you have a light that's going out, or maybe it's like a light that has like one of the bulbs in there is gone out or something, and then you get this like dynamic effect, you know? This varied sort of idea, right? So double observer pulse. How do we make an observer go off twice? I think I know the answer to that. I think it's just if you pulse a redstone, it's going to go off twice. That is kind of slow. A repeater in front? A repeater in front, like just that it's observing like that? I guess it would depend. A button wouldn't be setting it off, but you know. We'd have to figure out what sets it off. Would they flicker enough that a non-strobe setting would be needed? Or just a little warning there would be flickering? The flicker wouldn't be everywhere. Like, the place would be lit up, and then it would just be like, oh, that one flickered for half a second. It wouldn't be like the entire place is like strobe light, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to really change the light level of the place. You're just going to get, like, a single one going off at a time or something. And then another event that could turn all of them off for, like, a handful of seconds or something, maybe. My only concern with that is mob spawning. If we don't account for that. Like, we don't want mobs to spawn in there that aren't supposed to be in there. So we would either have to have like a faint enough lighting so that things couldn't spawn even when that's happening, or no, I don't want to go with any other block for the floor because this is the best looking floor for this design. So I don't even want to go to slabs. Nor could we for it to work properly. More haunted house, less rave house. Yeah, there you go. I'm trying to think, like, what else? Build it on a mushroom island. Can you spawn creaking on a mushroom island? You can. That's good. I may need to scrap the all lights go out event because I think it brings up a few too many complications. Drip and dip hair looks amazing. Thanks, Jaden. I think it brings up a couple too many complications. The mob spawning being one. Also, we're gonna wire up a lot of these lights to have the ability to flicker. And I would also need those same lights, which are already wired to one thing, to either be wired to a whole... Yeah, it would have to be wired to a whole nother thing that isn't just like a quick double tick or whatever. And I don't know if we can do that all up here because we can't... Like, this is the ceiling, right, of the floor of the area. So we're stacking some complications if I want to also have them all go out. So I think we just stick with the flickering, right? I think we probably just stick with the flickering. Now I'm wondering, we need this to go... I'm wondering if it's as simple as... Can that power that, which makes it flicker? Yes. Okay. So we can just throw a block there. And we know that'll work. So then we need to figure out how he gets the signal. So I mean, realistically, we don't even need a repeater because it'll read the dust all the same. Like, what we can do is... Okay, that one. They're both off. We're actually going to want them both on. Okay, so they start in the on state. Hold. It's actually how I experimented with them because I'm afraid the other mob's showing up with a guard instead. That makes sense. That's fair. Any beautiful hair, slay, skin are flawless. Have to lurk. Love you. See you later, Meggy. Thanks. Okay, so it gets a quick signal. Let's say, what would we have trigger it? Like, I would probably have it on a timer if anything. We would just have the redstone always going, or set it on a timer that I can activate so that I'll only turn it on when somebody's playing the game, so we don't have to worry about it breaking when the chunks aren't loaded. So probably something like what I did at the Moss Farm for a timer that you can turn on and off. Kind of an idea, right? And then you would just get like... I need to set it up so that we can actually see it, because trying to do this manually is not going to work. So... I don't remember exactly what we did for that timer. I could improvise it. It's probably not going to go very good. But I'm thinking... we output there somehow. And if we input a signal there... Okay, perfect. So repeater into there. And something... We need this to be something piston, or I might need to go look at the one we built in the Spider world because I have a skill issue with redstone. I have a big skill issue. How's it going, Atari? Welcome in. Maggie just flying through until you look unbothered, moisturized, and happy. Yep. Real. We're here for it. We'll take it. Okay. So, I guess we go look at that in the Inspire World. I don't think I built... Let me think. We did... I guess it was... This didn't include the timer, though. This was me kind of figuring out some of it, but... No. That doesn't have what we need. Okay. We'll have to go check it out. I did make a schematic. I don't think it would be in there, though. It was just the modules themselves. I can check, though, just in case. We can see if we put it in there. Oh, jeez. Keybinds. Load schematics. Load schematics. Moss module. Oh, it did include it. Yeah, this is my on-off switch. Okay, so... we can have this somewhere where we can reach it whenever somebody starts playing the game. We can turn on this timer, and we can have it just travel all across different lights and stuff in a random pattern. We can have it fork too, so it's not just one in the entire place at a time. And it just kind of sends out these pulses that flicker lights. Right? How's it going, So? Welcome in. How doing? So... I'm just going to... and then that's the output right there. So... how this worked was the signal would reach the piston. It would push the observer, which is like, hey, I got pushed. Output a signal. And then it would retract and nothing would happen. And then it would go around and then it would push and be like, hey, I got a signal. So that's how it would determine when they go out. Okay. Just screenshot that. And then don't need that there at the moment. So back down we go. Where was I? Where was I? Open that screenshot real quick. How's your day going thus far? No question. OS is one shot. OS is indeed one shot. Yes. Day going all right so far. Okay, so let's say this is actually going to be our output area, which means we have a repeater that gets pushed into the redstone by a piston, which itself is powered by a block that receives a signal. I guess technically I want to set this up exactly right, just so I don't mess anything up. We would do that, and then this is kind of where we can vary the timing and everything, but we'll do this for now. And okay. This needs to have a delay. Right? More. There we go. That's a flicker. Okay. Okay. Now, obviously, we don't have this one going off as much. This is our test. But, like, that's what it looks like when I light flickers. They're not going to go off that frequently. That's crazy. But proof of concept. We just need that to do. So now I'm wondering if we just have it on the one repeater, the rest of them can just be, like, single repeaters. I don't need to do any more timing. Because they'll all last long enough, I think. No? Oh, I guess I don't have this one on. I'm silly. I'm silly. I'm silly. Yep, there we go. Okay. Cool. So with that in mind, we have our on-off switch, which can go here. That turns it off. So when somebody starts playing the game, rather when nobody's playing the game, it's in its off state, which is every light on. And then, whenever somebody enters, I'll have a lever somewhere that the game operator, myself, Xandingo, you know, whoever, can come flick. And then we suddenly have lights throughout flickering. And just occasionally. And then we roll with it like that. So the mechanics we've got figured out. I'm just wondering if I wanted to extend this so that the lever wasn't on that block specifically. Actually, no, we would probably be fine. because I can just run into, like, we can have like a little staff only door that takes you to the lever and have it nice and in your face, so I don't have to worry about it. And then from here, we just want to figure out how we want the lights to go. Like, if we go up here and just, like, have, like, a little concept piece built where it's, let's say, all of the yellow are lights throughout, right? And let's say we have the red is the start, and then we just have lights kind of scattered throughout. Because we're going to have all of these different lights in the place every which way. There's not really going to be a pattern to it. Just enough to keep the whole place lit up and add to the effect and everything. So we're kind of just figuring out more or less how we want to connect everything. Like, this is not how it's going to look, but we can't really plan that out so we have a layout and everything is getting built. So this is going to be something that has to be improvised in a lot of ways. But let's say we have the start area, and that's where our initial line is coming from, I suppose. How's it going, Luna? Welcome in. And so I think what we would want to do is we'll probably extend that timer so that it doesn't send off pulses too much. And we can extend that pretty easily. I think what we'll do is we'll have it fork, and then we can have it go like to this one, and we don't want them to be too close to one another so it's not too obvious. So it's going to be a lot of like spaghetti to make sure that it's not like one light flickers and then you see the next one flicker. Like, then it's too obvious. And it's okay if it happens sometimes, but we're gonna have to do something like this, where like they connect to everything, but not in a way that's too obvious, where you don't want to see one light go off and then the next one and then the next one and then the next one, because that's gonna ruin the illusion. That's gonna ruin the illusion, so we don't want to do that. So just having ways for this to like connect to another one way off in the distance. It's gonna be a lot of redstone and a lot of like, you know, noodles, effectively. But we end up doing enough of like it just kind of goes around every which way and just kind of links everything all crazy like. We can have another line that forks off here and then goes there. And we can even say that this one comes back and does this one. And then does that one. And so on. Those are a couple close to each other, but something like this ends up kind of being the idea. And then we have like the repeaters are necessary. Each of these would actually just be this so that it could flicker the light. And realistically, this would just do that. Like we'd basically just have it do that. And that's what all of the modules would look like. Now, I do the lights in pairs, so this would be two of them right next to each other. And that's how we get the light to flicker. So now, if we really want to get this like proof of concept in place, what we can do is try to extend this and then start applying it to all of the lights that we have in here at the moment. So we do a little bit more. How's it going, Ginger? Welcome in. Okay, how frequent is this? We could roll with it and then start applying it everywhere and seeing if it's too much. We can see. That might work. In between trainings, won't be around much today. Understandable, carry on. Did I say hi, Luna? I don't know if I said hi. Oh, geez. Hi if I didn't. Okay, so output signal here. Here's where it gets fun. Here, this is where the fun begins. So I will go through that, and now it's going to start going to all of the lights we've done so far. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll just do 10 in a repeater. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7. No, we don't want to do this one yet. We want it to be a little further away. So we'll have this one go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Go here. Oh. Here. Get rid of those. Okay. Seems good. And we want this to fork. So we'll say this one goes way over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Four. 9, 10. All of the lights we put in place. Oh, did I mess one up? Or was it not loaded? No, we're good. Okay. And then we'll have... This is just winging it. Like, all of this is going to be is, like, we can't even do this until we have it built. And then it's just going up here and just literally throwing the kitchen sink at it. Is all this turns into. Like, we just kind of go crazy with it. Improvise the whole thing. So we'll have that happen. We'll do... And having these, like, we don't want to fork too many lines because then they're all going to go off at the same time. So we do want to be a little mindful. We're not getting too crazy there. So I'll have this one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Over here. Do that. And we'll have this one work here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Excited to see what this ends up turning into. See if it's any good, what we've done. So we'll do that one, and then we do have one here. It would go off a lot later than, like, that one. Like, the longer the line is, the longer it takes to get there, which is kind of part of it. The observers are backwards? You're right. You're right. I wasn't even paying attention. Wasn't even paying attention. You're right. I was so focused on placing them in all the areas where we need to place them. I didn't even realize. We're gonna need so many observers. That's gonna be one of the more tedious elements of this project. Okay. I love the sound copper bulbs make when they go off, by the way. I absolutely love the little note, the little bleep bloop. Redstone hurts my brain. It's okay. It's okay. It happens. Okay. Idea. Oh, jeez. What happened? Oh, heck! Oh, man! Oh, thanks so much for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in, guys. Oh, wait, does that not connect to that? Or no, does that need a repeater? It doesn't connect. Okay, well, I want to bring this back down. I guess I don't need a slab to do that. To do either of these. I just wanted it to go over so that we could like have a bridge that crosses an existing line without setting it off. Without interlocking. So I guess that would work, right? Wait for it to go off again. Perfect. Anyway, how was your stream, Bob? Thanks so much for rating in. It was good. Playing Oxygen, not included today. Fair enough. I've not heard of it. Not heard of it. Hope it was fun, though. Hope you had a good time. We are planning for Oneshot Season 8. Working on our build plan. We are, of course, working with the wonderful Xandingo and miladycatie on our Oneshot project this season. It'll be the three of us putting together an experience for the server to play. Kind of a game, kind of an escape room, kind of an experience. Like, it's just an all-in-one. They are just gonna, you know... What we're really doing is torturing the server. Like, we are making an experience that they will hate, but their viewers will love. That's the idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll just put one right there to be safe. Did I do those other observers wrong again? Nope, we're good. Okay, so that one will go all the way over to that one much later. We can even have it go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Way over to here, super late as well. We might have to add some more delays in here. I have a feeling a lot of these are going to be going off very, very quickly with one another. So that, I can see that being a thing based on what we've done. I want to take this super extended line, and I want to make that one happen on this super extended one. So we'll do, I'm not going to add any length to the repeaters yet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not until we can see for sure what it's looking like, and then from there I'll kind of determine what to add to each of them. So do that one. And this isn't our final layout, by the way. This is all just concept world. Pretty much. I'm going to take this one over here. Like I mentioned a second ago, all of this, when we get into the one-shot world, is going to be improvised. Because the layout's going to be different, and what have you, so... We'll do that, and then... Looks fun. Gonna drop a lurk and go get some food. Have a good stream. Thanks, I appreciate it. Anyone else from Bob's stream, if you guys got a raid and run, by all means, don't let me stop you. Go do your thing. We are cooking with sauce. Something like that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this one will be super extended, but then we'll say that this one, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, will go to this line here. So they're kind of at different timings a little bit. Just HTML, you got it. Okay. We've got 2 lights left. We'll go off of this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we'll do both of these on this line, I think. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Do that just in case. Okay. That should be all of the lights covered. So now if I'm down here... Okay, that's definitely too much. We definitely want to have some more sporadic feeling kind of stuff going on. That's too disco-y. Too much disco. I also need... I want to put all of these in on state. I think. And then... Okay. Now, we're going to go around to the repeaters and we're going to say... We're going to say, add a tick there. Let's delay this by 4. We'll do... That's the end of that line. So go over here, that's fine. Maybe we'll delay that by 3. This is fine, but maybe this one is 4 so that these go off quicker. We go over here, this one's kind of going off, but we'll say that one gets a 3, and that one's fine. And then these are all the same one line. This one kind of splits off. So I'll say that one gets a 4, and then this one will go off a little quicker. That one will go off a little later. And then over here, this one kind of goes up. It'll split here, so we'll say... We'll delay that one a little bit. And then that one will kind of go off when it goes off. They'll all remain off longer. Yeah. Yeah, less of a flicker. That's not how we do it. Well, is that the case? Because the repeater doesn't lengthen the signal, it just delays it. Yeah? It's all the same. It's all the same amount of time. It just takes longer to go through. Yeah. This doesn't make the lights off or on longer. It just changes when the signal gets there, which is what I'm trying to do. Yeah, because all those pulses are about the same. We're just kind of delaying the time it takes to get to these. I'm almost thinking what we need to do is the timer needs to be longer. And honestly, this might be much simpler if it's less... Let me turn this off. It might be simpler if it's less spaghetti connections so that they go off in a certain order, and instead we have like a master line that just connects to the lights, and each node it connects to has different timings. So like we have it connect to this one on whatever number, and then the line will get to this one, and that number might be a lot longer, and then we get to the next one, and that one might be like instant, and we get to the next one, and that one, you know, somewhere in the middle. And it only ever gets the signal very rarely. Yeah, we're just looking at the dust. I think, yeah, it's definitely tricky. I think maybe that might be how we do it. It would at least be less confusing than doing it this way, because if we do it this way, trying to keep up with where all the repeaters are and what they connect to gets pretty chaotic. So it might be better to just go off of like one line that goes around, and then to each actual like repeater and light setup, we just have like some delay ahead of it. And then we just change up how much delay for each. Like we can assign it to a number. We can say like, okay, when the signal is supposed to go to this node right here off of the master line, we'll give it 2 full repeaters, right? And so we'll call that 6 because 1, 2, 3. Or I guess 8 if we want to count that one. So 4 and 4. And then maybe one of them might get, I don't know, like 4 repeaters. And maybe we'll make this one like 15 or something. And then one might be instant, one might not have any repeaters and just be like 0. And then as it gets to each of these, they're totally on different timings. Just dependent on when this goes off, it'll send that out to start flickering some. But we would want that to be rare enough that it doesn't seem like we're getting flickering that's too frequent. Because I think right now, the problem is it's too much. It's got to be much more subtle. I think what we can do as well is we don't have to connect all of them. We don't have to have every light connected. Some of them can just be static, and that's fine. Some of them can just be static. So I think we'll do this. We'll say, like, we don't connect that one, we don't connect that one, we don't connect that one. Just try to lay this out so I kind of understand it better. Something like a 50-50 split. Half of the lights are static, half of them might flicker. And then maybe I'll leave a note to self about some of what we've done here. So use one master line from the timer needs extended to connect roughly 50% of lights which are then able to flicker, comma, from master line, add various timings to each flickering light via repeaters, chain together to create various timings for each light to flicker to create a more subtle, varied feel. To the effect. Repeaters, Repeaters to light. Measured in number, i.e. 1 through 4 per repeat. Or 0 if no repeater. Instant based off of mainline. Okay. I think that'll make sense to myself. And if we keep only 50% of the lights usable, that kind of helps a bit with not having to do as much. So let me go here to redstone wire air. Okay. So we'll clean all that up and then we can redo it using the master line technique from, let's say, there will be our start. And we'll have a light pattern kind of somewhat chaotic and crazy like this that we can just kind of have go. We can either have it just kind of shoot across and then have like really long lines to each. We could kind of have it make its way through. It may be, if we have it zigzag, it's going to take, like, in theory, I guess not, because we're not adding any delay, so that it would go through pretty equally, and then we're just kind of doing that. But maybe less redstone if we just have it like straight shoot, more or less, and then connect everything from there. So say we have our main line that just kind of meanders its way through everything, more or less straight from one end to the other, maybe kind of centered. And then from there, we say repeaters to this line, and we do, actually that one's not gonna, or no, these ones aren't. So repeater to that line, maybe we go repeater to there. So that one's an 8. We'll say this one is a 10. So that one's a 10. This one's an 8. These are NA. This one would be a 0. NA, NA. And then this one could be a 12. And let's say this one. That one will be what, 6? Or no, 7. And then this one, we'll just go really crazy on this one. We'll make it 4, 8, 12, 16. And then I don't need to do all of this, but just for the sake of like getting like a little map of like, okay, that's kind of what we're going for. So I'll make that one 4. Oh, there should be 4. And then NA, NA, and make that one 6. We'll make, I think we are going to get to the point where we have some of these forking off. Yeah, because we're not going to have enough room to have individual lines for everything. So we're going to have to fork them off, but try our best to kind of stick with like a main line, I guess, is all we can really do. So we'll make that one a 0. We'll make 4, 8, 9, 10. This one can be a 2. Okay, I think that kind of gets the idea on what that is. And then maybe for the main line, we can... I was going to say maybe replace the sandstone, but no, that's going to be the ceiling. So we want to have like indicators for it, probably, like to indicate like, hey, this is the main line. So I guess we can just like designate whatever block of wool or something and just have it like follow on top or whatever to be like, hey, that's the main line that we're working off of. So this is start main line indicator. And then 50% of lights are NA next to the red carpet one. And I like it. I think more or less for the lights, that'll work. And then from here, what we'll do is when we're actually building the final product in Oneshot, we'll be able to play around with the timing a little more. So we'll go around, I'll extend the timer to something that feels right, and we'll keep working with like adding repeaters and having various timings on all of these and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, we're going to need tons of redstone. So much redstone, it's not even funny. So like villager quantities of redstone probably. And then we're going to have the stone for the repeaters just fine from our digging out the area underground. We're going to need a lot of quartz on top of stone in redstone. Quartz is going to be probably the biggest thing, which we can... No, we can't get raw quartz, can we? Does a cleric offer raw quartz or no? Do a redstone for one shot? Yeah, that's been the plan. Me, Xan, and Katie are building a game for the server to play, and I am on redstone duty. Katie's going to do the layout, floor plan, and then Xan's going to do some note block work for some sound effects and whatnot, and such like that. And we're all three of us are going to work together on building the whole thing, but in the planning stages, that's kind of what we're working on at the moment. So we've been doing redstone. Last Monday we did another one-shot planning stream. That one's on the VOD channel if you want to watch it. But if you are a one-shotter and you're listening, do not watch the one from last week, especially for spoilers. This one's less spoilery, but especially don't watch the one from last week to not spoil how things work. But I think this will work for the lights. I like that. You could also add in a percentage chance for the lights to flicker off the main line using droppers, hoppers, and a comparator. I'm trying to think of how that would work. Droppers, hopper, and a comparator. Like I do, would it be something like this? Off the top of my head. It would be something like hopper facing into the dropper, so it drops whatever's in there. And then the percentage is based on how many items. And then when it gets the signal, it either will or won't, and whatever it does put in there will go right back in. We would want it to be unstackable. So it'd be like that. It gets the power, and then it either will or won't. And if it does, it goes back in anyway, and we're fine. And then it's the same chance. And then the comparator would basically read, did something go in or no? Dropper shoots an item into a hopper. Hopper's facing back. Comparator off hopper. Yeah, so I got that. A number of stackables and one non-stackable. A number of stackables and one non-stackable. Wait, how come? How come? That part I don't understand. Very reveal, so happy for you. How's it going, J-Dog? Thanks. Good to see ya. Depends of what you want the percentage to be. Right. But, like, why have stacks of stackables in here? That part I don't get. Why not just leave it empty? Is there a difference? Right now, it's 1/3 of a chance. Right. That's what I figured. I'm confused about saying that I need to put, like, a stacks of something in here. That's the part that's confusing me when you said that. I say stacks. A number of stackables and one non-stackable. That indicates that we would do, like, these are stackables and this is not. Could it not just be... I'm confused by it. Could it not just be anything that doesn't stack? The ability to stack. Right. Why does it need the ability to stack? That's what I'm confused about. Is it not good if I just do things that can't stack? Different comparator outputs. Different comparator outputs. Thank you. That's the answer I'm looking for. That's the answer I'm looking for. Okay. So. To get that out of the way there, I think that would still read, right? So. Stackable item that goes out. Signal of 1. Non-stackable item, signal of 3. Now, hear me out. I don't need anything that complicated. Could I not just not care about what we do in there? Like, I don't need to get complicated. It literally can just be a 50% or 1/3 chance. Doesn't matter what I put in there. Like, whatever. I don't need it. We just need the percentage. I don't care about, like, output strength or anything like that. Just like yes or no. Simple yes or no. You know? Right now, it's a 100% chance. When the dropper gets powered, when a dispenser activates, it'll never pick an empty slot. It's a dropper. Same thing. It'll never pick an empty spot. Huh? Really? I could swear that it could happen at any slot, even an empty one. So what you're intended to do for a randomizer is whether it chooses a stackable or unstackable. Right. I see. So that if it's a stackable... Okay, that's toxic. So if it is that, it doesn't go through, but if it is the axe... Brother. The axe, it does go through. I see. Okay. If we want to implement this... I mean, we figured it out, but was it worth it? Because if we want to give every light a chance, every single line before a light needs to have this, which will get pretty bulky and expensive pretty quick. Hmm. This is kind of a compact version. We're not going to have this many lights so close to one another. It's just kind of proof of concept, but... Like, in theory, this would be... That would go into a light. It would come off of the master line. And... we'd power that. Would that power it if I just put redstone into the back? I guess alternatively, I could have it go... Could I not just have it go on top to power it? Would that work? Would that lock the hopper, I wonder, by powering that? No, we don't want the lights to flicker at the same time. We're trying to make the light flickering subtle and completely random and feel not forced. Because currently, it's a little much. So the first thing is not every light is going to flicker. This currently is all of the lights. So I'm going to shrink it to only 50% can flicker. And then we want to put them all on different timings and a little slower so that it's much more subtle. Less disco-y. And something like that. So... we could add this percentage to each light. A percentage check on if each light will in the first place or whatever, but... you can have different sets of lights all controlled by the same randomizer. That's true. Averaging about once a minute, would that work? I know of the one you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know if I want it to be that much of a delay. Maybe. With how many there are options to go off. If that makes sense. How's it going? Thank you for the 34-month resub. I cannot believe it. The only thing, if we do the percentage chance, and then we just do it in sections, like we have one determined an entire section of them. I don't love that idea. Like, I would almost rather go the more expensive route. Because I feel like that might lend itself a little more to, like, breaking the illusion of the fully, like, subtle, random light flicker. As opposed to, like, if every single one just had like, a chance to go off. You know? Unless... I'm worried about that. But I guess we could say that we just divide the chunks up small. So every percentage node connects to, let's say, 3 lights. Each percentage node has 3 lights it controls, and then the next node has 3 lights, and that way it's not too big of a chunk that you can break the illusion unintentionally, but it's also not every light, so it's not as expensive. If you have a section being more dispersed and intertwined with another section, maybe might feel more random. Yeah. Like, that's kind of what we had determined here in the original thing I put together, was that, like, we spaghetti it like crazy so that lights right next to one another are not... they don't interact. They're on completely different setups, basically. So that you don't have, like, boom, 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 like, right next to each other, you know? Because you definitely don't want that. Turn that back off. But, yeah, what we might be able to do is say... I'll put a sign here to kind of say, like, that goes to 1. And we'll say goes to 2 and goes to 3. And we'll do this. How's it going, Lemon? Good to see ya. Hi, welcome in. So that goes to 3 off of the main line. And then we can say that we do another one right here where we'll do dropper, hopper, comparator, repeater. And then this one goes to 1. And then let's say we have a light there and a light there. And we'll do 2, and these obviously are not meant to be functional, but just to show it off, like hit a node, go to 3, hit a node, go to 3. Problem with this, we don't want the 3 to be very close. So we want this to go off, and we want it to connect to, let's say, 1. Yeah, we'll do the middle. Let's say we do 1 in the middle. And then we'll have it connect to that one. And we'll have it connect to geez, just to kind of demonstrate this a little bit better, we'll have it go way out here to that one. And then to avoid confusion, we'll not double connect that one. Okay, and I'll put this right here. I guess we'll figure that out. It's been so long, love you so much. Thanks. Hopefully this is how my real hair looks one day. But for now, a wig will do because growing hair out is hard. We're getting there. This is pretty much what I want to go for. If you can see my chat name color, if it's the right color, that's kind of the color that I wanna go for. This wig is the closest I could find online, but very specific color that I want to go for. That is on my skin. That's a great color. That's the actual color. My hair in game, that's like actual hex code, more or less. E. But thank you. Okay, so we're gonna do percentage randomizer. Determines 3 lights chances of flickering. Important. Lights are not next to each other. Percentage randomizer determines 3 lights chances. No more than 3 lights per randomizer. And randomizer is off of the master line down the middle. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good on it. You look great. Hi, Milut. Thank. How doing? This HO, you got it. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere. It's not bad. It's not bad. I do have this this jellyfish sweater that was off of Throne that chat got. I do have that going on right now. That's really cute. Oh, auto mod. Because it was 6 layers because I was cold. I see your message and I will read your message. Either way. Yeah, that'll happen. It's been My least favorite part about wintertime is that you are either too cold or too hot, and there is no middle. You know, you're either too cold or you bundle up and then you're sweating and you're like, okay, well this is great, and then you don't bundle up and then you're freezing. You're like, okay, well. That being said, I'll take wintertime, or rather, I'll take colder over warmer, because even then, it is easier to warm up than it is to cool down. You know what I mean? So, if I have to choose one or the other, I'll still prefer a little colder, but as it goes. I love being cozy in the winter. Yeah, pretty much that. Pretty much that. So I guess it kind of fits that we're wanting to move from Texas to Minnesota. I guess that's part of it, right? Going from really hot to really cold. I am so done biking in freezing temps. Oh, dude, I feel that. I started going outside and doing some jogging. I'm trying to get into the routine of doing that every day. I'm so out of shape that the first day I did it, for the next 2 days, my calves were actually on fire. Like, I felt like I was 60 years old. Every time I stood up, I had to stand there for like 30 seconds stretching my leg to like walk on my calf because it hurt so much. and so I've gone twice, but yesterday when I went jogging, it was like 16 degrees Fahrenheit, which I don't know what that is in Celsius, but for where I live in Texas, unusually cold, although it was pretty average for where I grew up. So it wasn't the craziest thing in the world, but like jogging in that cold, I like bundled up. I had leggings and then sweatpants over it, and then I had a hoodie, and then I had a scarf and a beanie and the hood of the hoodie over the beanie and the scarf. And I was like as bundled as you could get. You did it. I did do it. We're making progress. We're getting there. Although, even though I did that yesterday, that was the third day after I did it the first day. My calves were still on fire and still hurt, but I powered through it and I said, I'm just going to stretch a lot before I go. And I did, and I was able to do it. And it's 2 miles what I do. So I go outside, I go down the neighborhood, there's like a trail nearby. So I just walk that. The whole thing there and back to house is like 2 miles. And I don't jog the whole thing because I'm out of shape. So I jog what I can and then I power walk the rest. My calves were on fire before I went. I got back, and today, right back to square one. Like dead. So I can't, I'm not going to be able to do it again today because they are in so much pain. Soreness and whatnot. I'm kind of mixing that with like cutting some things out of my diet and then trying to like count calories a little better. My goal is that I know I'm going to start HRT at some point, and if I can, before I get to that point, shed excess weight. I think that will be great because everything about how your body stores weight and everything is going to change as soon as I start getting on HRT regularly or start taking it regularly. So I'm trying to like approach it with like set myself up for success there, not have like, you know, be in shape before, because I think it'll just be better, you know, getting that dumpy. Yeah, there you go. I'll start weight cycling so that I can like just pack some heat back there. You know what I'm saying? Drip and dip on my way home from work. I look fabulous by the way. Thanks for 07. Today's high temp in Minnesota is -6. Yep. Need a treadmill or something? Yep. Yep, that'll do it. Yep. Some of the apartment complexes we've looked at, most of them have like a gym there. Like a little mini, like got some treadmills and stuff. And hey, if we end up in a place that has that, great. I'm not here, but if anything happens, it was Milu. It's okay if you are here blending. It's not spoilery today. One-shotters can be here. It's not as spoilery as last time. So we're all right. We're good. It's good to see you, though. Good to see you. Okay. I think this is good enough for the lights. I think we've got a good enough foundation that it's like, okay, the rest of it we'll figure out when we're actually putting it together in one shot. We've done enough of a plan that we kind of know what we want to do. So that'll be great. And from here, the next thing that I want to try and figure out is the scoring. So, I mean, my first instinct is use like the classic like Hitman style hopper system to count like your score based on time effectively. I know Toden used it as well, but slowed it down quite a bit. So I don't know how to build one of those, but that would be the baseline because part of the score is going to be time taken. And then we're going to have kind of like something that you can't track with the redstone, really. No, actually, we could track it with redstone. With skulk sensors, we can track player damage. So we could actually automate it. I was thinking we were going to have to manually... No, if we have enough skulk sensors, we can track player damage. Ooh. I like that. That helps. That helps. There's a cat. I don't know if I can... Oh, jeez. I don't have the camera at the right angle for the cat, but Mittens is in here trying to get my attention. Okay, so let me think. How would one do this? Love the hair. Thanks. I'm racking my brain at the moment. How to do this timer? I think the best way to do it would be the one-shotters are familiar with. It might be time to boot up an old one-shot world and then take a look at Sokka's redstone to see how it functions, how it works for the timer, to give us kind of a baseline. Let's load up season 4. Spawn. No permission. All right, whatever. One shot season 4. Okay. Memories. The original Hitman. Okay, let's go take a look. Spent enough time in this area. Okay. So there's hopper clock. That was... Oh yeah, and then there was like the reset button. So... I remember you would... Okay, it just locks or unlocks to hopper. That's all it does. I see. I see. So... That's... It just either... Like, when the game starts, it unlocks... And it's letting them trickle through. Makes sense. And that's just a hopper clock. That is in an on state because of this reset button. So it would need to be in an on state that then gets turned off when this is activated. I'm trying to think. There's 10 pork chops in there. Hold on. I think this button... This would have been the old reset, I think. If we have it start, which is off of that detector rail. Okay. Did it not do the thing? No, it did. I'm trying to think. Where does this come into play? I guess this would be... You get through the final... Oh, no, this is the bonus. That's what it is. That's the bonus. The bonus is 10 pork chops. I remember. I remember. That is just the bonus. So whenever you hit a bonus, we're not going to have a bonus to worry about. Because we're not doing Hitman. So this actually wouldn't have an effect. It's mostly just this right here. To either lock it or unlock it. Based on time. And then it's just like letting whatever go through there. Now, I don't know how Dan did it, because Dan's timer went slower. Which makes me think there was... Like it would lock or unlock a hopper on a timer, rather than just like yes or no. I'm thinking of like Dan's like escape rooms, right? It used the same system, but much slower. It wasn't just like at hopper speed. It was significantly slower because it took a lot longer. And ours is definitely going to take a lot longer. Before you leave, can you feed Gertrude? She's starving. Oh, how many times I've shot it in this world. Nope, out of villagers. Brutal. Brutal. So, we don't need to worry about this. So what's going on here? Dropper into dropper, up into dropper, into hopper. It's just an item that just cycles around. Okay, wait a second. That one is in there, which is telling it lock. When we hit the go from the rail, is that this one right here? Yeah. So that goes over here. So when we hit the go, it's gonna do... I guess it powers this. The signal goes through that to send this out. And then it would be in here. But it wouldn't then get shot out unless it got another signal, right? Or would it? Little confused. I guess this is kind of like a test for it, so... Now it's in there. Which means it started. The timer started. Oh. I think this line comes in when it's over. That one, or... No, that's the reset right there. This one's probably game over, or like you finished. That one's the manual reset. That's gonna put it up into here. But I'm still a little confused. Because it'll shoot up into there. But then it has to get to the hopper still, like... Is it gonna go up and over all in one? I wouldn't think so, because... Then we'll have to get back into there, and that's how it stops. So... What the heck? Because it all comes in the same way, so I can just hit this button again to simulate ending. Oh, wait a minute. Is this one facing back here? If so, what these? It's facing up. It is facing up. I don't follow how when it got the second signal, the lever went from here to here without... Like, it didn't seem like it... I don't know, I'm confused how that works. Because when you turn it on, it only goes over to here. And then when you reset it, you don't even see it pass through here. It's just instantly back here. That's the part that confuses me. I just wish I knew why that was functioning that way. But either way, we're probably going to need to do something different. Both the right side droppers activate in the same tick, so the lever goes all the way down to the hopper, and then the hopper deposits it down. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, regardless of what we do, we're going to need our timer to last longer. So I don't think we do this system. It's got to be something else. But generally speaking, it's just lock, unlock the hopper. I'm thinking if we had, like we hit a button to start, and that is going to set off a timer. Its default state is locked hopper, and that timer every whatever item, like we could even do a timer like a hopper clock. Whatever amount of items will then send... Trying to think. If it were like a hopper clock, it'd be maybe a little tricky, maybe not ideal. Because every so many items it would go over, but then it would still need to, like, it would be powering for that amount of time. Rather than just like a one pulse or whatever. So maybe a timer like what we already set up for the lights. I'll turn it up. Would be better, so then it's just like a quick pulse. And then it can send through an item or so. Right? Okay. Look at beautiful mystery. Let me see you on Friday. See you later, Peach. Goodbye. Thanks. Good luck on the move. You got this. Drive safe or be driven safe. I don't know what the situation is. All of that. Let us know if you need anything. Okay. So, proof of concept. Proof of concept. Here we go. Give me some chests. Wait, no. Default state needs to be on. So we need to invert. Need to invert before we do that. So... let's say... no, that's wrong. That's also not going to work. How do thing? Maybe like this? Not quite. We'll get there. We'll get there. Like this? Give it a delay. Is it too quick? Yes. Moral support only as usual. You got this. Heck yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have that. Default state is on. So that goes into Hopper. So locked and then momentarily unlocked. That should be enough to only allow one item in. So if we do this, okay, load one item in there effectively, and then every time the timer goes off, one item. Timer goes off again. Oh, I might need to add another delay. Maybe not. Hold on, did that mess up? No, that's right. It pulled it back. Okay, pushes it, that's 3. Brings it back. So it has to loop around twice. Which is fine. That kind of extends the timer as is. So this is how we can do it. And then, yeah, that's pretty foolproof. So that could be like the timer or like time-based, right? So the longer you take, the more you get. And then we could extend this to be longer. So we can determine, we can time it out and be like, okay, how long is each one of these taking? So, let me grab this and we're gonna go stopwatch. The second it counts to 10, I'm gonna start it. Okay. Second it gets to 11, I stop it. Okay. That was like 7.59 seconds. So we can extend that to be, I don't know, 30. If it were 30 seconds per item, we got to assume it's going to take people a while to get through. However, we definitely, like, there's a chance that people might get through quick. And so we don't, like, we want to be able to account for smaller than 30-second intervals, right? And items stack to 64, which is the benefit. So we could say, we could put it to 10 seconds. We could put it to 10 seconds and probably be fine. I'm just wondering if we extend this by 1, we're going to go from 7.59 to what? Okay. $9.1. Herm. What if... Okay, so each repeater at max was worth like 1.5 seconds. So... what do we think? One more repeater? Maybe? I want to get it as close to 10 seconds as I can. Okay, wait. Go. Retract. And... go. That was 9.98. Human error, call it 10 seconds. Account for human error, call that 10 seconds. So that's a 10-second loop. So every 10 seconds that passes, one more item gets put into the score. The higher the score, the worse. It's like golf. The lower, the better, right? So every 10 seconds that goes by, that's plus one item. I think that'll be enough, because it's possible somebody who plays the game is stuck in there for like 3 hours. JP will be stuck in there for 3 hours. But if you're an absolute giga gamer like Dan, you'll probably somehow figure it out. But I'm just glad somebody over here has a big brain. How's it going, Katie? And Zan? Oh, the whole gang's here. Oh, the whole gang is here. Holy dude. Yeah, we're redstoning it up. Right now I'm working on the score. We kind of got the light system. We kind of worked out how the lights are going to work. I've got a bunch of notes and we kind of went through that and whatnot. This was the early phases, very scuffed version. I need to fix it. But at one point, it was kind of doing this. I'm going to make it significantly less because this is a little overwhelming. But more or less, the lights are flickering. We figured out a better way to do it. I'll implement when we actually are in the world. Something that's not so frequent and jarring, but lights are done. Right now we're figuring out scoring. So the other thing we can figure out is that player damage, oh yeah, this is a classic. Player damage can be tracked by Skulk, right? And we wanted to put a penalty for taking damage. So here's what we're gonna do. To test our signal. Oh, I forgot I'm in creative. Dang it. There we go. Now, we need to send a signal in. That is the strength we need. So calibrated. Let me find which one's damage. She gaming. How's it going, guys? Welcome in. A double chest would be 9.6 hours. So we should do less. So we should do less than that. Less than 10 seconds. We should half it. Mobs and players getting damaged. Signal of 7. Okay. Signal of 7. So I think we do this. Comparator into there. Subtract. And we're gonna subtract. Let me think. What does that give off? What's like what does redstone torch give off? 15. Subtract 8. So how did I do this? How did I do this for footsteps? Hold on. What did I do? Oh, I did a lever. 50 minus 14. Okay. Yeah, that tracks. We could have another comparator that's just reading an amount of items or something, right? Like we could just do, like we could just control the signal off of that, right? If I did, I guess this would need to be here. Like that'll give off 1. No, wait, what am I thinking of? Not barrel. Would just be like dropper or something? That gives off 2. If it's more unstackables, that's 5. 7. We need 8. That gives off 8. Okay, I don't know. So now, this should only go off. Well, I guess let me see. Consuming items should not trigger it. So if this does, I've done it wrong. Okay. And then 6 was mounting or interacting with a mob. Okay, let's grab a horse. Nope. All right. Look away. So anyway, now player take a damage. So let me get... Perfect. So now we can set this up. We can either do... Okay, let me think. We're already going to be having a lot of quartz. So I'm almost thinking we do a cheaper and more, like, messier method for this, which is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. -7. Is that right? Or did we need to -8? I forget. Were we minusing 8? Was that what we were doing? No, that's 5. Whoops, wrong way. Okay, that's 9. All right, fight me. Actually fight me. That's not gonna work like I want it to. What if 7? Dang it, dude. Oh, jeez. Because we need 7 total. So that's not 7. We need to -8. That would have worked out really nice if I could have done that. Okay. I guess we're just gonna need to do... No. On numbers only. Okay. I don't know why I kept thinking that would work. So let's just say we have this one right here. That's 8. So that would be the same. That would be damage. So that's cheaper. So we can do this. Now, we want to waterlog it. So, let's see. I can buffer that with a block, and that's how we do it. We obviously wouldn't want to do wool in that instance, but... do that, and then we'll have it go through that. And now it'll only trigger when the thing goes off. We don't want to do wool. This is just gonna count any damage. Doesn't need to be in a specific range. We do that so that we don't hear the skulk. And now we'll do... There we go. No skulk sound. And we would need to account for the range on this so that anywhere you are in the entire place, if you take damage, it will set one of these off. And that will somehow loop around to here. And we can have it do one of two things. We can have an alternate hopper so that we don't accidentally mess anything up. Like if both of these were going off at the same time, that would be an inefficiency. However, we could do this. We could put more stone slabs, or whatever, you know, we'll use something else. We could put another line of those, and this basically acts as the penalty. So whenever any damage goes off, it'll allow like a number additional. And that's like a penalty for getting hit. And that'll add to your score, because the higher the score, the less good, right? So if we set up enough of these around, that will output... We obviously wouldn't want to do that. We would just want it to power... We could just say, would it just send a signal through any block at all? Like if I did that, would it power that? No, that's not how that would work, would it be? We would need, I could maybe observe it. Well, no, that would send two. I guess we could, that might turn that off. If the, yeah, because we would want the normal state to be on. Well, we'd probably want to invert it closer to. We'd want the signal inversion to be like right here. Realistically, that would be ideal. We do something like default state on. So that locks it. Right, and then whenever it gets the signal, that's where it's like, okay, wait, turn this off. And I think we can do that by doing this. So signal comes in, so we don't want to invert it here. Skulk sensors power the block underneath them if needed. True, there is that, true. We also don't know if I'm going to do this. We don't know, I don't know if I'll do this on the ceiling or if I'll do this beneath the floor. Beneath the floor is going to have some space. It's just going to be modules. And above is going to have all the lighting, which is going to be very convoluted. So maybe we keep this below as well. And the timer might also sit below because of that. But I'm thinking we can output this. Okay, that doesn't output like that. Heal's not a command in vanilla, I guess. Nope, okay. So let's do... Could I just... There's gotta be a really simple way to do this I'm just not thinking of. Being a bit of a silly goose right now. Oops. See, but I think that's gonna go twice, right? That's my concern. That'll go off twice. Wait, did that not even... Yeah, I got, whoa, 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 3 times. Okay, so don't want to observe it. We could have it just... We could target block it, realistically. Simple. Because that'll carry a signal, I believe. Or not. I really thought that would have worked at least. Unless I need to repeat it out of that. That one didn't go off. I don't know if it is going off or not because I'm not seeing the thing. Nope, definitely doesn't work. I feel like I'm losing my mind right now. I did go underneath for this one. I just said screw it and went underneath. I guess that's what we'll have to do here. So we'll go... Okay, we're fine. We just broke a little bit of stuff. Okay. I guess there would be... Yeah, we'd have to go one block higher. Because of it being waterlogged. Or no, water wouldn't go through the bottom, would it? No, it blocks it. Okay. In that case... Do that, waterlog it, send the signal out the bottom. We do need to raise this up, so we'll go here, subtract mode, and then we'll have yeah, no, we need to raise these up. So we'll subtract that. Didn't think that through. Oh, geez. Oh, here we go. Here we go again. Do that. And... there we go. So now it should only be... oh, I'm reading wrong. Should only be this. It looks so good on you. Thanks, MJ. Appreciate ya. I guess I didn't need this if I was gonna fall. Okay. Now, whoops, 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 whoops. Hitting every wrong button ever. Every possible wrong button. Now we're getting our signal. Took way too long to figure that out. Okay, so anytime you take damage, we have our output. And this is going to be a negative on your score, effectively, if you ever take damage. People, hey, you're looking very pretty. Thanks, Ray of the Beans. Good to see ya. So, this is going to turn that off. Now, we want it to be... I think it's just simple repeater, right? Like, anytime it gets the signal, it'll end up in the, like, final input, right? So we might have a line coming from here, we might have a line coming from here, we might have a line coming from here, we might have a line coming from here. It's all gonna go into here. It's gonna be the master line. Now, here's the question. Say we have 64 slabs in there, and 1 in there. And that's currently locked. Something broke. Oh, I'm just out. There's just nothing in there. Okay, so there's 64 in there. That's ready to go. Now, if that is just 1 repeater at max... no, we're going to want to do more, because I'm going to lower this to 5 seconds per, maybe. So let's say we do 3 of these. And if we're going to do... well, even then, if each item was 5 seconds, that would just be half of the 10, right? How much did you say it would turn out? What was the number? I forget who had it in chat. Was it Junilo? 9.6 hours would be a double chest. So if we half that, it would be, what, like 4.8 hours? For a double chest, if it's at 5 seconds. That feels reasonable. So, 5 seconds per item. How many items are you going to get penalized if you take 1 tick of damage? Nope, I need to delay it. That's just... nope, that's wrong. That's wrong. Nope. Go back. Back to the drawing board. Repeaters, not the answer. Nay, we need We need to extend it once it reaches here. We need to do a little extender action. So let's see if I can remember what we did. It was something. My voice is wrecked. Something comparators. Right? It was like... something like this. We'll try it. So there's 64. Okay. So currently, you take 1 tick of damage, it's worth 9 items, and if we lower these to 5 seconds, that's what, like 45? That's a 45-second penalty. I don't think it needs to be that extreme. Ideally, we do what, like 6? So it's a 30-second penalty. It's like a nice number. You know? If we did like a 30-second penalty, so... would I just like start clearing out like one at a time to test it? Is that what we would do? Try again. I guess it's not foolproof. Okay. Wow. Calibrated skulk sensors are great. They work perfectly every time. Okay, that was 5. So that's 25. Well, it seems like each one of these is gonna be 20 seconds worth. And we're not really gonna get a smaller interval than that. If we're doing it that way. 25 seconds isn't the worst thing in the world. That's also a decent enough number. It's also 5 items, which is a nice number. Anytime you get hit. Now I'm wondering if we want to make getting hit a bigger penalty rather than smaller. Because we want the player to be like very like trying not to get hit by anything, like very worried about getting hit, right? The more we increase that factor, the better. Definitely something I'm considering. Whoops, so many screenshots on accident. So we do that. That'll put us... let's find out where that puts us. Oh, I'm already in creative. All right. Oh, that's not okay. Nope. Now we're getting flashing. Just like when we did it before. Just like when we did it before. With the extender. If we did any more of the 3, it started flashing. How do we make that not? What happens if I go this way? Does this break it? Guess we're gonna find out. That seems to work. That was 9 items, which is back to where we were. This is back to 45, right? So that had no effect. Double check real quick. Maybe it only works in modules of 2 or something. Cow jam. Okay, so... nice. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I'm not actually taking damage. Like, I actually have to take at least half a heart. Still 9. Okay. So using comparators, best we could do is 9. As the best we could do for that. That has no effect. How else can we extend this if it's not gonna work there? Actual voice. Actual voice. Any ideas? I'm so surprised that extending it this way doesn't actually help. Like, it just makes it flicker. Ooh, actually, I wonder. Hold on. Would I fix the flickering by adding a delay? Would that solve our problem? Let's find out. Oh, whoops. Try again. I don't need adventure mode. I'm in adventure mode. Another tick? I don't want it to flicker. That's so scuffed. When it flickers, it's so scuffed. No thanks. Okay. 14, no flickers. 14 times 5 is... I don't do math. A lot. Somebody math that real quick for me. You can type it in chat. We have a math command. 14 items. What kind of time penalty? So that's getting hit. Another thing we have to consider as well. Another thing we have to consider as well is that you might get hit multiple times in succession, which does make it tricky. Like, I guess if you just get hit multiple times in succession, it's... I don't know that there's a great workaround for that. Like, you might just get away with it or whatever. Yeah, 70 seconds, so a little over a minute. I'd probably want to go more than that. So... let's say we go here. And we'll extend this there as well. And see what that ends up turning into. Creative mode. Survival mode. Need to be higher up. Still didn't take damage. Oh, absorption. We're flickering again. Okay. It's so extended that we're flickering again, so I need to add another repeater on this end, unfortunately. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll go here. This is my 333 anniversary. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so 14 there. Put those back in there. Life. I need to get different golden apples. We're still flashing. These have to be consecutive, I think. Try it again. Give me some normal golden apples. Still flashing. Can I get away with this? Probably not. That's probably not going to do what I wanted to because it's non-consecutive. No. No, I don't think doing this is going to help. I think we're stuck. It's stuck flashing unless I do this. These don't need to delay. As long as that remains powered, I think. Another one there. And we go again. I think it's too long. This isn't gonna work. I give up. I give up. So best we could do is what we had before. Which was effectively... that, I believe, which did the same, did 14. Double check it. Oh, we're back to this. Did I extend it too many? Oops. Do that, back here, do that. Okay. So 14 doesn't flicker anymore. I think that's as good as we're gonna get. 14 items, 70 seconds. And then you can't get hit again, so if you get hit within, like if you get hit once, it's basically a cooldown. So you can't be penalized within 1, 2. You have like an 8 or so second grace period on like duplicate hits not triggering the penalty. I think that's as good as we're gonna get. And that'll just set this off. And then we could have another sensor that comes in from here, and another one that comes in from here, another one that comes in from here, and another one that comes in from here. And they're all just gonna go into like this setup right here for the timer. So we want this to get back to 5 seconds. Also, can't really see her that well. There's a cat. Okay. So we want this to be 5 seconds. Clock. This is currently 10 seconds, so we just half it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we just go to 3. So we'll do 3 on each. Three there? I don't remember that right? Oh, jeez. Here we go. Something went wrong. Okay, that looks like it's fixed. Okay, so we're gonna put those in there. Get my stopwatch ready. Yeah, that's about 5 seconds. Okay. So it's about 5 seconds per item. And then anytime you take damage, you're gonna get a penalty of 14 items. With a little grace period, so if you get hit in rapid succession, you're fine. But you don't want to take damage. It'll also penalize you for hitting anything. Because if you hit any of the things in there that are doing damage, you will get penalized, which enforces the you can't fight back rule as well. Because that'll be you take damage or they take damage. Both will count. So it's kind of like a built-in, like, it's a built-in rule enforcer, I guess. And then we'll have like our total item count based on time. And then we want to be able to turn the timer on and off. And the timer being turned on and off will be based on this block right here being powered. So we can have, I mean, ideally a button, a simple button press for on off. I'm trying to think, like, I guess the first thing I can think of for that is doing like a light, right? Because that has a toggle state. So if we had a button for, well, I guess yeah, no, we would do that. So we would want to invert it, right? We would want on to mean off, and off to mean no, off to mean yes, no. Okay. No, I think we got the right idea. I just can't put it into words. Okay, so the button to turn this on needs to turn the machine on. So there needs to be an inversion. We need to space this out. We need to do that into that into that. And then we have, okay, machine is off. Machine is off, not counting. Oh, somebody just started their run. Okay, you start your run, you hit the timer. You've begun your run. The light is illuminated, which means somebody's running. Timer's going. Every 5 seconds, an item is going in. Yes. Yep. And then runs over. Okay, let me see. Let me think. Hold on. Runs over. We could tie it to something else that powers this. Potentially. My only concern is... No, this might... No, we might be fine. Because we could put the light... For example... let's see... We could have the light, like, up near the ceiling or something. I guess it would be... Well, we could use this. Like, a signal could travel through this into that, right? I think. If we powered that... Oh, would, like, a target block do that? I don't think so. Not unless that was, Ignore my random DM. Fair enough. We could do something like this. Where, like, the light is up near the ceiling. That's, like, the go button. Or, like, it's in... We could even, like, recess it. Like, we could legitimately just, like, have it recessed into whatever. And to message Xandingo on next to each other. You're fine. You're fine. Target block. So this would be turning it off. So something else turns it off, and we could say this other signal just comes in from who knows where. Who knows where? The other signal comes in, ends the run. Timer stops, runs over, 27 slabs. Somebody starts the game, lights on, timer starts. Every 5 seconds, you're getting a slab. They finish in record time. Light toggled off, runs over. Timer stops. 2 slabs. There it is. There it is. We've done it. We've done it. We've done it. And I think we can do the end condition. The end condition could either be like tripwire at the exit or pressure plate at the exit or whatever. We know we get the signal in, and that's how we end it. We just tie it right to the light at the start. And we got it. So let me make some notes here. Timer is 1 item, 5 seconds, with 14 item penalty for damage. Penalty extender placed right at timer, taking all connections taking all links there. Okay, so that's that. And then this is signal of 7 is player mob damage. Need to account for entire playable space. There is a roughly 8-second cooldown between damage penalties. There we go. So that's a note to myself on that as well. And then this right here is bulb on equals active bulb off equals empty. On signal triggers timer, and then I'll go over here. Off signal from exit triggers light, and then timer off. There we go. Any notes that I might need for myself? Button activated. Copper bulbs are toggled. Not spaced. There we go. Okay, very good, very good. I think we've done it. I think we've done it. Where's our to-do list? Here it is. To-do list. Flickering lights. Figured it out. Lights out event. We're not doing that. Scoring system. Got that figured out. Armor stand, that kind of depended on the lights out. So probably going to scrap that idea. And then We are at layout, note blocks, and then exit, unlock, path / method. I think that might be something we do in the actual build. We figure out in the actual, like, final product. Potentially. That might be something we figure out during, if anything. Yeah. I would venture to say that would be the case. I guess it would really just come down to having clear all that out. We would want something to the effect of a signal comes in from here. I think we need to mess with AND gates. I think is what needs to happen. We would want I'm just trying to remember what we did. It's like the simplest but most simplest thing to do, and I just do not for the life of me ever remember. It's just that, and then when both of them turn off, it triggers whatever. So I can even compact that. Okay. And then we need okay. So we have our two signals coming in. I'm just trying to think for like this is where if you're a one-shotter, I would go into lurk mode to avoid spoilers. This is where if you play on the one-shot server, I would go into lurk unless you are Katie or Xan. You're fine. Anyone else who plays on the server, maybe go into lurk mode. So the reason we have the AND gate is because the end condition is going to require multiple things to be triggered. So I think I mentioned it on the last time, but all throughout, we're going to have these modules, right? With the doors and whatnot. What I want to put in there as well is I want to have a foot tracker, like calibrated skulk sensor. I want to have a couple of them in a certain order, and them being set off in that order can trigger this end state. So that's where we would do an AND gate. It would require both of them to do the thing. I'm just trying to think. When the footstep goes off, it's a pulse. We need to convert it to a solid. So, like a bulb would have to be... We could utilize a bulb. Like there and there. Even don't do there. So that way... No, it would have to... Let me think. Comparator. Okay. We do that. They're both activated. AND gate goes off. If only one of them is activated, AND gate is not triggered. Requires both. So... we could have a signal feed into here. That can trigger it. So that's good. We can just have redstone dust go right into it. And then the one thing I need to account for is, much like with the other footsteps, is we need to put it on one of these so that it can't be accidentally set off too many times in a row, like in rapid succession, is kind of the idea. So I'm just trying to build like a little mini module of what this might look like. So those, I gotta remove this song off the playlist apparently. Rip. Okay, we have the extender. Right there. Over on that other one, all I did was this, which, it can work. And then we do... I did have a repeater. So just in case, repeater there. That dust, and that's where we can put that, which... Was that on before? Nope, something broke. No, it's just really extended. That's fine. It being really extended is not a problem, actually. Okay, and then we do... This one will be based on movement. So I am going to put wool around the edges, because this will be below. And we'll want the movement to come from above. Now... Movement will count mobs. I think we could be all right between choosing where you set it off from based on the height. We can affect like where you're walking, having an effect on it, like we played around with that over here. The only thing that sets that off is if you walk across a specific strip of 5. That's the only thing that'll do it. So we can kind of control that a little bit and maybe have it in an area where mobs aren't or can't reach. A couple areas like that, right? To make sure that the other mobs don't set it off. So we need this to have the reverse signal. We're gonna go one there and no, space it. Space 1 and space 2. So something like this, that. So now it will track movement, but only if you are up here. So that sends it off. And that's a big cooldown. That's the goal. We want a huge cooldown. And if you're continuing to move in the area during... Okay, wait, hold on. That was not supposed to happen. Okay, hold on. It's sending multiple pulses. Not ideal. Do we need to do that? It's flickering. Why is it flickering? If I give it a delay... Okay, go back here. Yes, okay. Seems to fix it. And if you keep walking around, it's not gonna cool down. So long as you're setting it off, it's not on its cooldown. You actually have to leave the area for it to cool down. which means you cannot possibly, by staying in the same area, like, break it, unless you walk forward for a bit and then come right back. That would, but, you know, if you're just lingering on a spot, you're not gonna, like, break it, because it kind of got that cooldown built in, right? So, that's good. And because of the wool, nothing moving out here or anything's going to set it off. It's got to be like, we can control the area. And then we just do that twice effectively. Like we have that one, and then we also have this one, where let's just say we have another timer going off that's somewhere over here, and that's on an extender, and that comes from something over here. We'll just put a little repeater right there. We'll put that on a single tick there. This one's coming from something right there. Put these in place, do that. And then, just like before, we'll give it the old comparator subtract mode. One there, two there. So now that's going to be footsteps. We'll set it off, so we'll wait for that to cool down. Perfect. So that'll trigger it once. So what's going to happen here, if you're following along, or if you're not, I'll explain it, because we've got it set up. Okay, end condition. You were walking in one area. Unbeknownst to you, your footstep was picked up and you set off one part of the end gate. Second part of the end condition. You're in the other area required. Your footstep, unbeknownst to you, is heard. You just set off the second one. The AND gate is toggled. Now, we have a signal coming out here. But only when all conditions are met. Because if both are not in the right state, you're not going to get the signal, even if only one is. So, the only thing this lacks is that you don't have to do it in a certain order. Unless, maybe. Let me think. Right now, it's either order. You just hit both. Just trying to think. If we do... You got beautiful day, people. Thanks, Snowbird. How's it going? My first thought was add another AND gate. The output of this AND gate system goes to another AND gate, which is an output from a separate AND gate system. Then we're getting crazy. I don't think that would control the order, though. Now, how would we specify order rather than just both conditions? It would have to be... My first thought is like some piston trickery. Like, if one of them is triggered... Like, we have a couple pistons that have to move a certain way, and only one of them can move initially. The other one won't work. But if it's just that the one that has to be second can't move until then it can be kind of like brute forced, rather than like something that resets if you do the wrong one in order. Right? I wonder if... Like, let's say we just have some simple, like... Say we have a simple thing here where it's like... That one powers that. That one powers that. That one powers that. That kind of thing, right? And we could even, for sake of giving ourselves a little bit more room to play with. Let's say we have this condition, and this is kind of the order. So I'm trying to like spitball here. So this is the the order that it has to be in. Let's say you triggered the first set, and that's gonna set off this one. So you hit both of these, which we could put in like rapid succession, and you've triggered one of them. And then there are 2 more events that you need to hit. Now, what happens if you go to the 3rd one next, which would be wrong? How would we make sure that it then makes it do a different thing? Would it be as simple as this? The signal that would come into option 3. Well, no, because then any signal that goes into 3 is going to toggle that one. Because I was thinking, like, you would do that. I guess that doesn't set that off. That's because that's powered. That's right. Okay. Maybe we could do some AND gate trickery with this as well. Like if it was for each of these, we have more AND gate stuff going on. So, but we kind of do it in like a different way maybe. We might want to invert this so that its default is not powered, of course. And we would do that by... Could we have... That's not going to work. Nope. We need something that's going to toggle that. Would this... Nope. I don't know why I'm struggling with this. Need to invert. Need to invert. Have these on off and then turned on. Based on the different inputs that we're getting. So we'd have to... maybe use another torch somewhere. We need to get a signal into here to turn these off. That signal can be done... And we want them to be independent still, so... Both are off. It receives the input that the first condition was met. Or maybe we invert one? Hold on. I feel like I'm almost there. So the first condition was met. We need... Wait, hold on. No, we would have to... I'd have to push this back. No, I think we were all right. Having it powered, and then it goes to an inversion or something. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. So, do that. How's it going, Angry? Welcome in. Or Pug, whichever you prefer. And then So we don't do the inversion. Instead, this powers there. That goes into this, which is... We need... a little bit more space so that we can do that, that. Perfect. So, this condition is met. Now, we invert one of these, right? So, this one right here is inverted. I think we're getting there. So here's what's happening. Our conditions have been met for the first stage of the end stage. Think of getting to the end is 3 keys. And you don't know about the keys, but there are 3 keys to get to the end. The first key has been unlocked. So that condition has been met. It sets off the AND gate. We've powered it. However, with this inverted one, if you go to the wrong key, because you have to do 1, 2, 3, if you go 1, 3, we now need to say, okay, now that you've done that, you've messed up. AND gate no longer goes. You went to the 3rd key, and now you reset it. And that will just happen from this 3rd line being triggered, because this would like be the 3rd key right there. So if you set off, okay, we're not done yet though, but we got that functionality. So you hit the 3rd one next in order, and you're gonna get that to happen, right? But right now you have the 1st key, you're good. So here's what we need to do. We need to have a check so that you can't, like, it only resets when it needs to, right? Because right now, it's always going to reset when the 3rd one goes off, which we don't want, right? So now we need a check of sorts. And we got to figure out what that's going to look like. So we've done the first one, and that's correct. I think now we need to start thinking about the second one, potentially. So let me clear these out. I'm going to call that one the second one, and then give ourselves some more room to work here. Okay. And never been a redstone person? That's complicated. Would you believe it if I said I'm not a redstone person at all? But I've been trying to learn recently. A lot of like trial and error and kind of just learning through experimentation and stuff. But we're making a game. The Oneshot SMP starts back up in February for Season 8. And we're going to be making a game. So I'm kind of figuring out some of the redstone for it. Okay, so first key unlocked. First condition met. The second one. This is actually right here. This is the reset if number 3 goes off. So we have how's the other going, Snowy? Welcome in. How doing? No you. Okay. The second one. We want it to say if you unlock the first one and then you go to the second one, you can no longer have this reset. So that will look like I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. That'll look like this. That'll look like this. That will look like this. Okay. Okay. You hit the first condition, First key is unlocked. Now, if you're doing them in the right order, you'll do the second key. Second key is unlocked. Now, when you hit the third one, because you've already done the correct order, that signal cannot travel. You cannot reset the first one. You've hit the third one. You have all 3 keys. You've hit the end stage. So, going back here, the first one, all of these are going to be like footstep based, but we've only set up the first one. The first stage can only be unlocked, the first key can only be acquired by having both conditions for the AND gate met. Footsteps here, footsteps there. Both have to have happened. You've unlocked the first key. If your next one is the third one, you messed up. Reset the first one. Okay, so now I'm thinking, and then of course, like, assuming that's undone, the reset goes out. So now I need to figure out, we've got that in place, you can hit the second one, and then it can't be reset. So then you can do all 3. Got that functionality down. Up next, when you hit the wrong order, do we or do we not reset all of it? Do we or do we not have it reset the conditions? How evil do we want to be? How evil do we want to be to the people playing the game? Because one thing we could also do is we could put a note block indicator for each key. We could put a sound effect in for each key unlocked. But maybe that's too easy. Maybe that's too easy. Because currently how it sits, here's what makes it tricky, right? If you go 1 to 3, you have to undo 3, but you don't know where it is. It's a random spot on the map that you walk. So long as you have not undid 3, you cannot finish until you undo the 3. So that's a potential concern. Assuming we have this like come out of an AND gate, so it's like a solid signal, right? Because I can see this becoming not necessarily a soft lock, but close to it, where it becomes near impossible. If 3 doesn't... I think 3 needs to... Well, okay. 3 could operate on a pulse, because it's just the last key needed. And if you hit 3... We don't need it to be a constant, right? If that's like the last condition. Because the 3 keys will go to their own AND gate, and bada boom, bada bing. So it just needs to go off for a moment, assuming the other 2 are there. However, we'll have to give it a delay enough that if it's resetting 1, it cannot continue through. But then it's just a pulse, and if it's just a pulse, 1 can go back to being condition met. Here's the next thing. If condition 1 is not met, and you start with 2, we need to account for that. If you start for 3 or start for 2. Because if condition 1's not met, 1's fine, and you started with 3, but we want to like not allow you to do this kind of stuff, right? Okay, hold on. I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hold tight. Okay, I think we're good. Gotta figure this out. Gotta see if we can't figure this out. Because I think we're close. And we are cooking redstone-wise more than I ever have before. So at least there's that. But, So, okay. This right here, we're gonna need another AND gate. Okay, so that's off, and there's got to be 2 conditions for this one. For 3, just says there will be 2 conditions for 2, and so on. So I'm gonna move this further down here, and we're gonna do that, and then we have all of our AND gates set up. So condition, I think this is what we need to do. We need to kind of link them together, right? So assuming condition 1 has been met, assuming condition 1 has been met, we are going to have a line read that has been met. That condition has officially been met. So we send this up and over and down. To here. So one of the conditions for key 2 is that key 1 has been met. The other condition for key 2 is the actual, like, sensors out whichever way. So we'll call it over here. We'll call it that. So this is condition 2 for light number 2. Light number 1 has been met, and the sensors for number 2 have been met. Now you've unlocked key 1 and key 2. Now we're only going to have 3, I think, so there's no way that you can do a wrong order now. The only thing that could go wrong is you reset condition 1. Or you reset condition 2 for that matter. Now this is important because condition 2 is still met, right? We've already walked over the areas for key 2, but key 2 can't go off unless key 1 does, right? One of the keys for key 2 is key 1, because we're doing this in order. Has to be a certain order, right? So we've done that. Now, for the third one of the conditions, just like the second, one of the conditions for number 3 to go off is that number 2 has been met. So just like we did before, we're going to do this, and that's one condition for the final key, is that you've gotten number 2. You can't get number 2 without getting number 1. You need footsteps there and there for 1. Done. For 2, you need footsteps there and there, plus 1. Done. For 3, you need footsteps there and there, plus 2, which requires there and there, plus 1, which requires plus, like, there and there. You see what I mean? So it's like 6 different areas total, and then you have to do them in order. Now, we can have this come in from here. Let's say third condition's met. Now, third condition will not reset the first condition because the second one has gone off. If we go back, and there's no second condition, you've only gotten key 1, you cannot get key 3 without disabling key 1. If you get key 3, you're going to reset key 1. Though, and that's like this right here, though I'm wondering, we might not need that step. We might not need 3 to reset 1 if we don't want to be that evil. Because the only way to unreset that, unlock that, would be to redo 3 again, which might be tricky. Because I'm just thinking off the top of my head, if we don't even link that right there, and condition 1 is met, you can't get condition 3 anyway until 2 is met. Though, under this method, you could go 1, 3, 2. So that's not perfect. We don't want you to be able to do that. So if we do keep the reset, we need to have it, we need 3 to be a pulse, basically, is what we need it to be. So 3 basically has to be a pulse, so that you don't hard lock 1 or soft lock 1 or whatever by tying it to 3. That way, if you hit 3 on a pulse and it's not correct, nothing happens. Right? Like, we could even undo 1. 1's condition's not met. You hit 3 first. Nothing's gonna happen. Right? Yeah, nothing's gonna happen. If you hit 2 first, which will be a static, let me see. You could, in theory, hit 2 and then hit 1 because of the conditions. So I think what we need to do is not allow 2 to go off unless 1 has, which is kind of what we've done, but like on a deeper layer, right? Like right now it's just have both gone off rather than has 1 gone off first. So I think what we can do is 1 has gone off, which is a condition, but also, and this might be an unnecessary step now that I think about it, but what we could do is another one of these right here, where it's a piston pushing a block to it. So, effectively, even if you have 2 triggered, well, no, because that's going to be the same thing, because you could trigger 1 again. That's not going to go all the way. Which does that, right? And then you've hit both, right? So you can still do them out of order. I need to think here. Let me think. This is tricky. Because we're basing it off of a static signal, like we would get out of those, right? Like we would get out of a lamp. This doesn't really do anything different than what we already had. If we turn 2 back off, it's the same thing, right? It's just like condition. It's like we need another reset, kind of, in a way. We need a way to specify if 2 goes off that it resets 2. That's what we need. If 2 goes off and 1 isn't ready, how would we do that? If 2 goes off but 1 hasn't, we need it to undo 2. which is like maybe something with like extending or pulses or observers, something. I think this could tie into that reset on 3 as well, because the reset we did for 3, well, 3 is all right because it's a pulse. That's the only reason it's all right. And this one isn't going to be a pulse, because we need to be able to, like, static toggle it, not just pulse it. So... thinking. We have it coming from the bulbs, which will be like the condition for number 2 is dependent on an AND gate. So that's number 2's condition, right? So just like before, you need both conditions to be met for it to set that off. Place a bucket of water in the middle of this. What are you making this very interesting? Okay, so the end condition for the game we're going to make in one shot is going to require 3 steps in order. That's the tricky part, in order. So this is what they're going to look like, right? They're all going to be footstep based. You need to walk in 3 areas in order. So for the first condition, you have to have both lit up, right? For key 1, you can't do anything else until you get that one. So one of the conditions for key 2, right? Because key 2 is powered right now. One of the conditions is key 1. You don't have it, good luck. But what I need to figure out right now is in this state at the moment, you've triggered key 2, but that's the first one. I need it to then tell itself to turn back off. I need it to register that, like, hey, nope, try again. Right? Rather than just relying on the condition. Because right now you could hit 2, and then you could hit 1, and you're going to get both. Which is not ideal, because we don't want you to be able to do 2-1. Gotta be 1 and then 2. So trying to figure out a way to tell 2 to reset itself if 1 wasn't done first is the thing at the end of the day. Like this right here, this is going to be pretty much another set of wonking things. 3 operates on a pulse, so that makes that one easier. Because that one just needs to be operative for a moment to send the signal needed. Are you aware you can lock repeaters output by giving it a redstone signal from the side from another repeater? No, I'm not aware. Would that help in this case? It might actually. Condition number 1 is a constant locked until fulfilled. Right. Like we could even, like we could pretty much put it here then in that case, right? So effectively, oh yeah, sure enough. Lock that. So let's say that's not met. Okay, condition 2 is not met. And then we have this in a state of locked. So no matter how many times you do 2, you can't do it unless 1 done. However, it auto resets before flashing inside. Right, that's what I need to figure out, because like this is kind of the same. You could have 2 done and then go do 1 and it unlocks and then you're good. So still figuring out a way for it to, like, we need to do this in a way that if one wasn't done, these aren't, like, these reset almost. Such an interesting problem. Yeah. Trying to figure out, like, the order of this. I feel it's got to be back here. Realistically, like, we're kind of just, like, pushing further and further back the same fix, quote unquote, that I've been dealing with, which isn't really a fix. It's like we need, so because it's going to go off of this, right? It's going to be a footstep detection, goes into an extender so that you can't set it off too many times rapidly. And that goes to an AND gate. That's at least what the first one does. So I'm trying to think. I guess what we could do is take, like, let's say this is in an always on state. Always locked until told otherwise. Until specified otherwise, right? Now, because that is locked, we could also take that. And I think off of that offshoot is where we get fancy with it, because we're using copper bulbs. So we could put this into some kind of timer that will turn this back off if conditions aren't right, is my thought process. Like, if we take a comparator. Oh, whoops. Put that there. That there. And we'll do this and this. Okay, so now that would be that condition. That would be that condition. Very good. Turn that off. So this gets powered primarily, like the normal condition that powers this comes from this direction. I'm not actually going to build the whole skulk thing, but let's say the actual required condition comes from over there. And we could even, no, we would probably want this to reset both. So that's, we're going to call that where the amethyst is, or the skulk. This one right here, I think so long as it's on, there's a timer. My only problem with that is unloaded chunks might break it if it's a forever timer. That's my one worry about it. Because I don't want to, it's definitely not great if we have something that could break when chunks are unloaded. So that would be my concern there. We could maybe look at hopper clock. We could potentially hopper clock it. Trying to think, if this signal being on means condition 1 has not been met. So condition 2 cannot be met, no matter if both of those are off. So I'm thinking we power this into a hopper clock that is active. Because a hopper clock won't break on unloaded chunks, right? Surely? Just thinking. I still have only built one hopper clock in my life, so I'm not remembering how to build one, but like we have I guess locked would be, no, we would want locked to be yeah, and then it would retract it. Yeah. Would that still work? Would that lock that from below? Yes. Okay. And then if that is met, it can put whatever through. Very good. Okay. So this could be a timer that is... Or no, we need to invert this. I mean, we could just move it over here. Because that'll still let it through. And then... Okay, so condition 1 is not met, which means... We'll call it... $10 items? No, wait. Nope. I didn't hopper clock correctly. Didn't hopper clock correctly. We need to push... Do we push one of the hoppers? Is that what we do? Oh, unless I was doing 1 item. I feel that would be too much, though. Too many... Too quick. I might need to go look at the other one. But, push that in there. Power's on, which means condition number 1 has not been met, which allows the timer to run. That timer will continually... I mean, realistically, we could just have it continually trigger one of these. On, off. So it basically, like... It's basically, sabotaging. Right? It's like a sabotage module. It's turning on and off and on and off and on and off. Until you hit condition 1, which disables the timer. Problem being... When that happens, it could already be on, and then you turn it off by going over there. Alternatively, the timer, the sabotage is here. Right? If this were the sabotage, the locking of it... Okay, condition 1 hasn't been met, which means the timer is every so often locking, unlocking, locking, unlocking, locking. So it's kind of sabotaging. Good luck, like, having, you know... I think that's right. Sabotage, which is not allowing that signal to do what it needs to do. Like if we have both of these. Okay, condition 2 has been met. Sabotage. Wait a minute. Nope. Not there. There. That's gonna turn that off. Nope. But there's already a signal in there. Nope, it cannot disable a signal already going through. Okay, option 3. Sabotage here. Perfect. So the timer continually sabotages line 2. So you can see that 2, the line right there, is continually being sabotaged. So if you did do 2 first, it would be doing this. However, if you then did 1, it would disable the timer, which would disable the sabotage, which would allow you to do it. So we're right back to square one, where doing 1, you can do 1 after 2. We're still back to square one here. In an even more convoluted method, we are back to square one. How goes it? We're working on. We need 3 conditions to be met in order. If it's not in order, it cannot happen. So condition 1, easy enough. Condition 2 currently requires condition 1 and its own condition. However, I need condition 2 to reset itself if 1 hasn't been met. Right? So it's all going to be footstep based. Footsteps can trigger condition 1. Great. Footsteps will trigger condition 2. However, if you didn't do 1 already, I need it to undo anything you do. Sounds like a fun problem. It also sounds like a you problem. Yep. Basically, that's where we're at. Okay, here's a thought. Here's a thought. Here's a thought. Wait, here's a thought. Hold on, here's a thought. Hold on. I might have gotten it. I might have gotten it just now. I might have just gotten it. Hold on. I'm going to set up the skulk. I'm going to set up the skulk. It may have just clicked. It may have just clicked. What we do is we lock the one that tracks your footstep in the first place. That's where we lock it, right? So this one right here, condition number 1 is off, which unfortunately means condition number 2 cannot happen. No, wait. Yeah, no. If condition 2 just straight up can't happen until 1, that's fine. That's totally fine. That's basically what we want. We don't even need it to reset itself if it just can't happen until 1. Like, you can't even do 2 and have it lingering because it won't even send the signal until 1's done. Which is even better than having the signal there waiting if it just legitimately cannot even do the signal in the first place. So if we play this out, like so, footsteps for that one, right? That one's locked currently, so no matter how many times the skulk sensor tracks you, which is the intended mechanic, you can't set off 2 because you haven't set off 1. So no matter what you do, 2's not going to trigger. And what happens here is we say the first condition that was met, which is a requirement for 2, is also a requirement to even set off 2 in the first place, if that makes sense. Like, you can't do 2, it's a part of the AND gate check, and it's also what's going to allow you to send the signal to 2 to begin with in the first place. So if we set this off, we've done that, and now you've unlocked the ability to set off 2. And what we'll do is I'll tie this to both. So this line right here, we'll have this line go... We're cooking now. We'll have this line go there. We'll have it go all the way around. Like, this is obviously not how it's gonna look, but, you know, just for the sake of getting it to do the thing that we need it to do visually. We'll have it do that. We'll have it do that. We'll have it lock that. Now, here is where we are going to just have our example there, and then I have that wrong. But you know what? I think you can input from anywhere. That's fine. Okay, whatever. So we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll have this and this, and the comparator. We'll do that, and then footsteps again. Okay, so this one, that's not right. Subtract mode. Nope, you're reading the wrong way. Reading the wrong way. Subtract mode. Subtract mode. Okay. So might be close enough to set the other one off as well. Nope. Perfect. Okay, and then these will be on a timer as well. These will be on an extender, rather, so that you can't set it off in rapid succession. But footsteps do that. Okay. So here's what we've got. Condition 2 can be met now because condition 1 was met. Now, if condition 1 is no longer met, condition 2 is no longer met. If you redo condition 1... Oh, I gotta wait for the cooldown. Because there's a cooldown. So you don't break it. Okay. Condition 1. You set it up again. Good. You've already done condition 2. Fantastic. That works because you undid 1 after 2. That's fine if you end up doing that. I don't want to be too evil. Now, let's say you undo... Let's say condition 2 is not complete. Condition 2 is not complete. And let's go back over here. Undo both of them. And then let's go back to condition 1, and let's undo condition 1. Okay. Condition 1 has not been fulfilled. Now, if you try to do condition 2, doesn't matter how much you move, you can't do it, because condition 1 hasn't allowed you to start condition 2. So what we're doing here is instead of resetting condition 2 when it's wrong, you just can't do condition 2. Hold on. Get. Spray bottle. She's in the wires. Okay, whatever. Anyway, condition 2 cannot start in the first place, which is great. Condition 3 is a pulse. So sure, you could do condition 3 first, but it's not going to do you any good because it's a pulse, so it's already out again. It's not even going to trigger it in the first place because you haven't met the condition, which is condition 2. So 3 is a pulse. That's easy. That's fine. Don't spray the... I don't actually spray it. I just threaten her with it. So you can't do 2. You can't do 3. Neither one are going to do anything. Condition 1, met first. You've illuminated it. And now you've unlocked condition 2. So if 1 is met, and then you try doing 3, you're going to undo 1 for that pulse, that 3 would work. 3 is going to end up working once you have 2. But like 3 being on a pulse, this is easy. It's fine. It's whatever. You kind of unclick 1 for a moment. Like, we probably don't even need to do that because you can't do 3 until 2's done anyway, and 2 can't be done till 1. So realistically, we don't even need the reset because it's not going to affect. It's not like that can go off anyway until 2. And then at that point, you're at the final 1. So you've done 1. 3 doesn't do anything. You could undo 1 again on accident. Hope you don't do that. Otherwise, you can start doing 2. Now you can start doing 2. So both conditions are met. Now you've got 2 lit up. Now and only now can you hit condition 3, and it'll be a pulse. Now what we'll do here is we will have a comparator, a comparator, a comparator. And these are just going to go to a simple AND gate. And that will be our final check. So we'll have something like this. And what we'll see is block, block, block. Torch, torch, torch. And we'll do those into that, into that, into that. Okay. So that final light is you've unlocked the end stage, which can only happen on the third key, the third, what was the word I've been using for everything? I can't remember. Anyway, you hit the third thing. You've done it. All we need is the 1 pulse. We don't need it to be static. We just need it to pulse. Because what that's going to do is open a passage. Now I'm thinking, we've done that. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. We figured it out. Love it. Fantastic. This is a door we've opened. I think we want it. I do think we want it to be done in a way that you cannot close it back up. I don't want to be that evil because there's already no indication of if you're setting these off and where they are. The idea is that you're aimlessly wandering around with zero help. So I don't want you to be able to close it back up. So I wonder. We could either change 3 from a pulse to make it solid. We could use a copper bulb because that's a toggle. Well, no. Like if we did a copper bulb and that set that off, you could then still set it off again unless we have a like a lock state almost. So all 3 conditions met in the right order, you've toggled it. You have toggled the thing. Now, after toggling the thing, we put it on a delay. So we go here, we say delay, delay. Well, no, because that's static. No, the delay would have to come from... Actually, no, this might be fine. No, I'm crazy. Delay, delay, delay. And then we go back over here, and we get cheeky. We go back over here, we get cheeky. No, because that's a comparator. Nope. We need... Not unless we did... Hold on. Toggle the thing to open the passage? This clicks this. And then once it's clicked, we want it to... Once powered, we want it to maintain like a reset somehow, or like a cannot be triggered again state. So maybe not that as much as it is not there, but maybe after. So we go here. Let's say we are powering I guess it's I mean realistically, yeah, because we'll have this be the open state. So we'll close that back off. So no power. And then I'm thinking would that signal go through? Yes. And then after a bit, it hits a hard reset. It doesn't pull back because it's constant powered. The toggle goes through, the pulse goes through, but it's on a reset. And it isn't until we get another signal to the light to determine, okay, we've reset the map, close the door back up, boom. So this is the final end state. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, right there. You hit all 3 conditions. The light goes on. It locks. You can no longer accidentally turn it off. You cannot close the passage no matter how hard you try. Right? No. Because if you do it again, you're going to turn it off. That... Because then if you hit end state 3 again, you just undo everything. It would need to be... Oh, heck. Sounds like me after that curry the other night. That's crazy. That is a crazy thing to say. That is crazy work. Okay, I haven't cooked, but we're working. We're working on it. Man. The answer's right there. There's gotta be. It goes off, it sends the signal to the end, it sends the pulse to the end, and then it locks. But to lock it, like if we're basing it off of the lights, trying to think, like, is it moving the light? In which case, the comparator will continue to go off if it moved, which we don't love. We currently had it set up so that it'll lock, but then if you go through again, all that does is not let this go that way, and then the light can continue to go on and off. But if that goes on and off, it's just gonna, right? So that's not good. Maybe what we need to do is use what we just learned about repeaters. Maybe that's what we need to do. So instead of this, instead of this, let's try this. So what we're going to do is we're going to lock that. So, okay. Third key unlocked. You've unlocked the end state. Boom, it goes through. It's not a pulse anymore. And that is... I guess we put the pistons back just for having a pulse. So here... Okay, so let's turn that back off. The reset would have to... We're gonna have to break this line up somehow. We're gonna have to do... So that can power... Okay, hold on. Okay, it reset. So we're in the off state. This is going to go on, which powers this. That's going to send the power all the way to that light. This slow burn is going to disable that so that it's just that pulse. It's also going to go back over here and then lock that. But there's already a signal there. So it locking, it's not going to do anything because there's already a signal. That's right. It can't cut off an existing signal. So... we put it here. We don't put it there. We put it here. It locks the third one. So, third key unlocked. We have the pulse that goes to the very end. You've opened the door. Now, you can no longer set off the third state because it's locked. So you cannot set this off anymore. The door will remain open until the reset button by the game master, myself, Xandingo, until the reset button by the game master has been hit to reset the level like so. That did not go there to open the door or close the door. It does unlock this, though, so that you can hit 3 again. So, hold on. That would reset that. And it would also bypass, because it's the reset button. So, reset button, which just kind of turns it on, like toggles the state. So, let's say you did that. You hit the game state. Game's over. Reset the door. That didn't go off just now, did it? This isn't long enough. Try again. Okay, so first 2 states hit. Third state unlocked. Final door opens. Can no longer close that door. Game's over. Reset the game. Door closes. Unlocks itself again. Can now be played. Third state can't be triggered without the second state. So if we undo the second state, hitting this button will not help you. You can't do the second state if the first state hasn't been done. So let's undo the first state. First light's off. Even if you try and toggle both of these, it's not going to work because you didn't do the first one. Third one, still not going to do anything because you can't do the second one. So you have to do them in order. The first check, first condition, met. Third one, can't do anything. Second condition, can be met. Great. Only now can you do the third condition. Open the final door. Can no longer soft lock yourself by closing the door. It is locked. No matter how many times you hit 3, you're good. Even if you undo 2, it's not going to have an effect because of the AND gate at the end. So you're fine. It's whatever. That door is open until the game is over, and we reset the game. Door closes. Condition 3 is unlocked. Now you can do the conditions again. We've done it. We've done it. There it is. That is complete. Questions, comments, concerns. That is the whole thing. Ready to go. Oh, I guess since one wasn't met, I locked that, so that one can't. It's okay, I'll just do that. There we go. Okay. It's done pending playtest, which will be when we complete it and people start playing on Oneshot. But, we've done it. The end condition is good. So, what we're going to do right here is condition 1 requires 2 walked areas, I guess. 2 walked areas to trigger. Okay, and then that's going to be what all of this is. So right here, this is going to be condition 2 requires condition 1 complete plus 2 walkable areas. 2 walkable area. Okay, now on top of that, we're going to have this right here. This line right here, which goes over here. Condition 1 being complete unlocks condition 2 sensors for triggering. Okay, and that's these states that go over here. Now this one powers, if condition 2 is met, it triggers that block, which is not needed. We're not using this reset anymore. Or no, we are. No, it's not connected. Yeah, because condition 1 goes into the AND gate. This was going to be a reset. So right now, it's just set up so that condition 2 only goes off when 1 has been met. 3 is just not going to do anything at all. So we don't actually even need the second bit right here. Because right now, it's simply just a simple yes or no on condition 1 being met. If yes, then... Oh, I see. There's 2 AND gates for option 2. This first one's unnecessary. So that doesn't even need to be there, because we originally had this reset, and then we decided against, like, we didn't need it. That was for 3 resetting. Not using it anyway. So condition 2 requires condition 1 complete, which is that. That's the condition 1 complete thing. This is the condition 1 AND gate comes out here. That would have been the reset. So this is condition 1, which, when met, will light this up. This then goes off into 2 areas. So this is condition 1, condition 2, condition 3. This will shoot up and over. So this right here is cond 2 requires cond 1 complete. That was sign we just did. Plus 2 walkable areas. So that's that sign. And then sure, fine. I'll keep that, whatever. We can probably fix that, but I'm not worried about it. So condition 2 requires 1 complete plus 2 walkable areas. That's what these are. This over here is what we just did. Condition 1 complete unlocks condition 2 to be triggered. So this goes over here, that connects all of that. That's condition 2. Over here, we have condition 3 operates on a pulse. Condition 3 operates on a pulse. Condition 3 requires condition 2 complete plus 2 walkable areas into AND gate pulse. In theory. Could we get an AND gate to pulse? If we did... Or would we want that to be different? What would happen if 3 was static? Let's find out what would happen if 3 was static. So we're going to do our conditions. 1. Okay, and then we're going to do conditions 2. And then if condition 3 is a static, this is where it gets interesting. So if condition 3 is a static, we've locked that, but it's triggered. So will it maintain its hold? It will. So you still can't break it. And then if we hit the reset button, nay, no good. No good because Yeah, that needs to, okay. So, that doesn't work as a static. And so if we're relying on that to be a pulse, we can make it just a single walkable area for condition 3, and that might be the best play. Realistically. So what we'll do here is turn that off, reset that. Conditions 1 and 2 are met. Condition 3 pulse opens the door, can no longer hit it. It's locked. So back to normal. The button again can't do anything. And the reset button for the map, we'll do that and unlock it, and we're good. So condition 3 will end up being just a single one. Condition 3 requires condition 2 plus 1 walkable area. That pulses 3. Sends pulse. And that pulse is what triggers this one. So the third one will just be one final thing. And that'll open the door. So then these 3 go through. What we're going to have here is final passage toggles open. For duration of run. This right here is reset button from Game Master after run is over. Final passage. This right here is going to be... Was this still necessary? Yeah, I guess that makes it pulse. Causes the signal to be a pulse instead of static. And then over here, this is going to be locks condition 3 so that passage cannot be closed once opened. There we go. Label those. And we're good. Okay, so not only are we done, but we've also labeled everything. Redstone complete. You shall now refer to me as Dr. Redstone. That is all. We've done a thing. Oneshot doesn't know what's about to hit him. Oneshot does not know what's about to hit him, I tell you what. All right, let me close out of that real quick. There we go. We've done it. Mission success. Mission success. All that redstone and not a single tutorial. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I can't. We're doing some good work. We're doing some good work. All right. All right, chat, we did marbles at the start of stream, so no marbles at the end. VIP swapped over. Let me take a look at who's live. See where we're going to send you guys. And such things as those. Okay, just taking a look at some stuff. All right, cool. Who live? Where go? Let's see. This one will make sense. We can raid over here. We don't get this opportunity to raid very often. Alright, chat. Last call on your drips. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys over to the homie Xandingo the Stash. One of the 2 people we're gonna be playing one-shot with in Season 8. One of the people helping us build this game and being a part of the process, part of the adventure, part of the fun. So I'm going to say you guys over there, make sure you get your raid messages ready. If you're subbed, use the sub one. If you're not subbed, use the non-sub one. That way you can be a part of it no matter what. And beyond that, don't forget that we will be back on Wednesday here on this channel, as we do. Wednesday should be a normal main world stream. And who knows? Sometimes I alt stream over on Alt-Acrylic if I'm feeling like it here or there. So you never know. Keep an eye out. If you're in the Discord, you'll get notifications over there. The subathon starts February 1st. We are not that far away. Week and a half. February 1st is the Uncap subathon, the beginning, as well as the beginning of One Shot, where we're going to put all of this into effect. But let's go right over to Xan. Not a family-friendly stream, for that warning ahead of time. There's some swearing and stuff over there, if that applies to you. And beyond that, be nice, be kind, be wholesome, all that good stuff. Playing some hardcore Minecraft on the homie server at the moment by the looks of it. So, see you guys over there. I'll be back on Wednesday. I'll be around in Discord in the meantime. Until then, thanks so much for hanging out. Goodbye. Have fun. See you guys later. Salabi Bakambai, Sala, Echo Microwave, Dab, Dark Fairy, Rebecca, Happy Stunt. Anyone else who's in the chat, I'm scrolling up. I don't see